Chapter 277. Lionel took a step forward. He realized that no matter what he did, his steps were measured. Exactly 50 meters apart, without the slightest hint of deviation. He couldn't speed up, nor could he slow down. Even taking a sidestep was difficult. If he wanted variations in his steps and speed, the only way was to begin unlocking the physical route. However, he wasn't worried. He had already seen one person pass this test, so all the stats of the beast had long since been reflected in his mind. Metallic Beast, Power, 1 stars black. Strength, 1 star black. Speed, 1 star black. Agility, 2 stars black. Coordination, 4 stars black. Stamina, stars black. Reactions, 4 stars black. Defense, 3 star black. Spirit, stars black. Force, stars black. Power accuracy, 100%. Lionel knew that this assessment was 100% accurate. This metallic beast was purposely nerfed by Merlin. As such, all of its abilities were perfectly measured without the variation one would expect in real life. In addition, during this first trial, it seemed that the beast's long, whip-like tail couldn't be used to attack. There are only 3 attack patterns: lunge, sweep, and bite. The beast can lunge at most 5 meters. A sweep of its claws extended its range by half a meter at most. Bite will only activate if I enter a 2-meter range of its, and also has a range of half a meter. It can attack only once every 2 seconds and will be stunned for 20 seconds after suffering a hit. However, if I hit it in that spot, these kind of perfectly measured battles, they were simply too easy for Lionel. Shoo! An arrow appeared right between the brows of the metallic beast, just as it was stalking its way toward Lionel. Stack shot, Lionel thought to himself. He reloaded his bow, shooting again. Normally, having unlocked quick reload, Lionel could fire a normal single shot once every 5 seconds instead of once every 3. However, when stack shot was activated, Lionel could fire 2 shots consecutively with a reload time of just 1 second. Lionel used his steps, circling around the beast. A normal hit would stun it for 20 seconds. However, whenever its single eye was attacked, it would be enough to stun it for a full second, allowing one to get more hits in. However, Lionel didn't use it in this way. He had a limited amount of arrows and wasn't like the others. It was inadvisable for him to just unload. In addition, a single second wasn't even enough time for him to do so. Rather than doing so, Lionel took this time to constantly adjust his footsteps, taking care to control not only himself, but the angles of attack the metallic beast could use. Lionel realized that while this space could hinder almost all of his abilities, whether it be his abilities as an earth mage or a light mage, the one thing it could not hinder in the slightest was his ability. He realized this was the same for Little Blackstar as well. There were only 2 reasons he didn't use Little Blackstar. First, he needed to properly vet his new path and potential use for his dreamscape himself. If he used Blackstar, it would defeat the purpose. And secondly, while this space couldn't block Blackstar's ability, what it could do was stop his ability to move at all. Lionel believed that the moment he unlocked the familiar special skill, Little Blackstar will be able to use his full range of abilities. As Lionel was lost in thought, falling into the steady rhythm of battle, the demon who had gone before him felt his whole world plummeting. Why did Lionel make it look so easy? Bang! The invisible protective barrier shattered once more, sprinkling down like a rain of broken glass. Special store ticket? Lionel didn't use this ticket immediately. He assumed this special store was a place he could go to upgrade his equipment. His bow was fine, but his quiver was lacking, as an example. However, Lionel also noticed that there was no currency. This made him realize that he likely had to pay skill points to buy items, and, in the case it wasn't skill points that were necessary, that just meant he didn't have the funds necessary to buy anything to begin with. In that case, it wasn't worth it just yet. It was better that he spend his skill points on himself for now. Lionel turned his attention back to his skill tree. I need 5 skill points and something called a star point to give Little Blackstar the ability to move. In that case, they'll just focus on myself for now. Lionel had already made his decision before his battle even began. Sidestep would allow him some more freedom in movement. It was essentially a lunge to the side that he could use in critical moments to move himself to the left or right by a meter. Advanced Quick Reload would quicken his reload from 5 seconds to 2 seconds. Reinforced Arrow was his first force ability. It undid the shackles on his force by a small amount and allowed him to reinforce his arrows. With this, he would finally be able to use the Tier 9 black-gray gloves he had designed for this bow, albeit it by a small margin. Critical Arrow worked just like a video game's Critical Strike did. It gave him a boosted chance of dealing more damage to his foes. Though it was a passive ability, due to the percentages, it would become very useful in the future, especially when he began to fire more arrows. And, most importantly, Critical Arrow was a prerequisite for many of the higher-level skills he was eyeing. Lionel took a deep breath and stepped back on his platform. He could sense numerous gazes on him, many of which were both hostile and cautious. It was clear that after his performance, many had begun to take him as a serious competitor. Chapter 278. A pillar of golden light fell onto Lionel's body. At first, he thought it was a pity. Aside from soreness in his muscles from pulling his bow again and again, there wasn't much else wrong with him. However, the moment the pillar fell onto him, Lionel realized that he had thought too simply. Lionel felt his meditation technique begin to circulate on its own. He immediately realized that this meditation technique wasn't one he had learned from Camelot, but rather a meditation technique he had grasped from Merlin's betrothal, Bowman King. Meditation techniques all relied on breathing. This wasn't only the expansion and contraction of the lungs, but of the force nodes as well. Where they differed in complexity was in the purity of force they used to temper one's already existing internal strength and the methods by which breathing could be done. Many meditation techniques could only intake energy through the mouth and nose. Some higher-level techniques could use the hands and thanks to special seals formed by the fingers. However, Merlin's technique was on a completely different level. It could absorb force directly through the ethereal glabella. Not only was force capable of doing this exceptionally pure, but it was also incredibly dense, making it easier to crystallize one's force. The special force capable of doing this was known as Star Force. Star Force was among the highest level forces in all of existence, existing on a level no inferior to light elemental or dark elemental force. In fact, this was only when considering the lowest grade Star Force there was. When the highest order Star Forces were taken into consideration, even such elemental forces could not compare. Of course, this was just a matter of different quality. There were always exceptions to the rule. There were stronger and weaker inheritances of light and darkness as well. But this wasn't important at the moment. What was important was that Star Force was well known for two abilities, its purity and its density. Compared to other forces, Star Force was the most well known for its purity. Not only was it exceptionally pure, but it could influence its surroundings to be purified. In fact, this latter ability is where much of its preciousness came from. In addition, Star Force was naturally dense. Even without undergoing crystallization, a given portion of Star Force could execute more actions than the same amount of another force. What Lionel realized at that moment was that this recovery opportunity wasn't just for healing his body, but it also circulated his meditation technique for him, purifying his force. Lionel immediately realized that this refinement was several times faster than it had been in the past. Suddenly, Lionel's expression changed. The two stars within his ethereal glabella began to greedily absorb the star force flooding into him. Soon, they began to spin faster, pulsing out with radiant star force that was a level purer and denser than what was provided by Merlin's trial grounds. Lionel felt like he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. Dimensional Cleanse could rely on star force as well. Now that he thought about it, every time he formed a star, his body would be cleansed and impurities would be washed from his body. Didn't that conform with the abilities of Star Force? Lionel couldn't believe he hadn't made this connection before. At that moment, he realized another weakness of his dreamscape. Things he didn't place within his dreamscape obviously couldn't be used to draw conclusions. Lionel had never placed his own techniques within his dreamscape. Everything that could be found within it now were things he had read within the Mage and Knight Academy libraries. Lionel took a deep breath, quickly circulating the meditation technique. This time, he didn't restrict his stars, instead allowing them to act as they pleased. In the past, he hadn't been able to absorb enough star force at once to elicit this response. But now that he had, he realized his body was perfectly suited to Merlin's meditation technique. Others continued to take their trials, but Lionel didn't have time to spare for them. By the time the feeling faded away, Lionel realized that just one of these rewards was the equivalent of an entire month of meditation for him. If he continued at this pace, in another dozen or so trials, he would have enough assurance to form his 9th and 10th nodes. Lionel felt that once he formed these final 2 nodes, he wouldn't have anything to fear within this zone any longer. He felt a keen anticipation, but soon he buried these thoughts deep within his heart. Even after the pillar of light stopped, Lionel didn't open his eyes. Rather, he had focused his attention on the skill tree once more, namely, the skill at the very top. In truth, there were 5. One pictured an endless snowy plain. The whistling of harsh winds and sharp, fluttering snow made Lionel feel a bite of cold just by looking at it. The second was a forest painted in red, yellow, and brown. It was a lush landscape of fall that made one gasp in astonishment. However, it carried with it a withering feeling that ate at the heart, as though reminding you that death was a step away. The third was filled with greenery. A sun hung high in the sky, beaming down with endless heat. Lionel felt as though his eyes were being scorched just by glancing at it. The fourth could only be described like a cool breeze. It was fleeting and calm, while carrying an air of rebirth and revitalization. These 4 skills were linked and came together as one to form the highest level skill. This highest level skill could only be described as having a myriad of changes. Lionel knew exactly what these skills represented. When he first laid eyes on them, he couldn't help but be shocked. To think that these trials could give him such an opportunity. However, grasping it would be troublesome. The only method of doing so would be to unlock every skill of the weaponry route. Still, the moment he laid eyes on it, Lionel knew he had to no matter what. Chapter 279. Author's Note. I keep getting caught up in the story and always forget to properly explain this part of DD's magic system. So we'll finally get to it now. In the universe, the current state of Lionel's force-strengthening deviations can be called by many names. However, the one that resonated the most with Lionel was the embryonic stage. These so-called embryos were represented by the small, translucent spear and the 12-sided star in Lionel's ethereal glabella, each representing Lionel's spear embryo and light embryo respectively. Unlike the various fictions Lionel had indulged in back when his life was more normal, the comprehension of force-strengthening deviations was incredibly complex. Each path had a myriad of variations, making it so that 2 people at the same level could be of vastly differing strengths. Ultimately, the path of improving one's force-strengthening deviations, or rather, comprehending and refining them, was known by some wise men as the comprehension of the cycles of the universe. Force-strengthening deviations represented the mysteries of the universe. In order to use them to the highest standard, it was thus necessary to comprehend these so-called universe cycles. And how thoroughly one comprehended them dictated just how powerful one's force-strengthening deviations would be. This matter was difficult to comprehend at first, but the highest level skills of Merlin's trial painted it perfectly. The simplest universe cycle in all of existence were the 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. This level of comprehension was known as the 4 seasons realm. The current Lionel could be considered to be at the embryonic stage of the weakest 4 seasons realm. That said, calling the 4 seasons realm weak simply did not do it justice. Even those strong enough to progress through this universe cycle and comprehend the next may not do so perfectly. Refining one's force embryo to the point of comprehending the profundities of the four seasons wasn't a simple task by any stretch of the imagination. What made mastering this realm exceptionally difficult was the fact that not all force embryos were compatible with this compression. If you comprehended a fire embryo and wanted to master the winter variation of the Four Seasons realm, just how difficult would that be? Just the idea alone didn't seem to make any sense. As a result, many failed to comprehend the Four Seasons realm in its entirety and could only be assumed to have gained small insights into it. Only the most exceptional of geniuses could comprehend all four aspects of the Four Seasons realm and use it as a foundation to proceed to the next universal cycle profundity. Compared to elemental force, strengthening deviation, weapon force embryos had a comparatively easier time. However, the difficulty was still as troublesome as ascending to the skies. One could spend a lifetime comprehending just a portion of the mysteries in this so-called weakest universal cycle. By now, it should be obvious why Lionel was so shocked by these Merlin trials. If he was to believe what was before him now, it would be possible to comprehend all four aspects and even fuse them into one if he completed this trial to its entirety. One had to know that the fusion phase of the Four Seasons realm was the most difficult. It was already hair-raising to attempt just to comprehend each of the four seasons individually, but combining them into one was even more so. However, it was only by completing a perfect fusion that one lay the most perfect foundation for the next stage. This was the world of force strengthening deviations. Only by comprehending these profound, universal cycles could one truly become powerful. This was exactly why Lionel couldn't just break into the next realm with his spear embryo. The more spear comprehensions he observed, the more all-encompassing his eventual fusion would be. The better he could capture the myriad of changes the four seasons represented, the more potent and powerful his spear would be. The next realm after the Four Seasons realm is known as the Heavenly Body realm. It requires comprehending the meteor, the moon, the planet, and the star. But I can forget about comprehending them perfectly or even fusing them into one if I can't clear the Four Seasons realm first. The Four Seasons realm was the equivalent of the third dimension. However, when mastered, it was the equivalent of peak existences within the fourth dimension. Likewise, the Heavenly Body realm was the equivalent of the fourth dimension. When fully mastered, it was the equivalent of peak existences within the fifth dimension. Though, these things are easier said than done. And the reason for this is due to the fact there are different kinds of comprehensions within each realm. The first kind of comprehension is one who doesn't attempt to grasp the universe cycle at all. For example, Lionel could try to forcefully evolve his current third-dimensional spear embryo into one of the fourth dimension as long as he gains access to fourth-dimensional force. This sort of comprehension is the weakest and is known by various existences as shell comprehension or empty comprehension. The second kind of comprehension is the one displayed here. This is relying on the comprehension of another to grasp the truths of the Four Seasons realm. Lionel wasn't certain if he would be allowed to keep Merlin's comprehensions when he left these trial grounds, but if he could, then he would fall into this second kind of comprehension. This sort of comprehension was in the middle of the first and the third kind. It wouldn't be as powerful as the peak existences of the fourth dimension, but it should be able to make Lionel undefeatable within his own realm of strength with a fair amount of ease. The third kind of comprehension was the most powerful. This kind was the result of one relying on themselves to comprehend the truths of the four seasons and fusing them into one. Only in this instant would the true strength of the four seasons be perfectly displayed, and only then would it truly be possible to leap an entire realm to battle. After knowing all of this, the reason why Lionel would be so eager to gain these skills was obvious. Even though it wasn't as good as comprehending the third way, it would still be very helpful to him. It would allow him to lay a foundation for his own personal comprehension in the future. In addition, this was just for the bow. Currently, Lionel's main weapon was the spear. He wasn't so arrogant to believe that he could grasp everything in his hands. He was only one man, and he was already struggling with juggling everything he had to learn and master already. In such a case, wasn't mastering the second kind of comprehension better than not comprehending it at all? In that way, he wouldn't have to worry about his bow skills lagging behind for a long while. In addition, by using his bow as a framework, he would be able to light his path of the spear. It would definitely become many more times easier to bring his spear embryo to completion in these circumstances. But, once again, Lionel forced himself to calm down. The number of skill points he would need numbered in the tens of thousands. In addition, he hadn't even formed a bow embryo yet. He was getting too ahead of himself. He had to take this step by step. Just as Lionel was reaffirming his own resolve, a familiar voice sounded once again. Lionel's brows shot up. His head immediately snapped toward the platform to see who had gotten such an exaggerated result, only to find King Arthur standing over the metallic beast, his back straight and his aura towering. Chapter 280. Lionel was shocked by the result. If he was honest with himself, he believed that he had already done about as well as anyone could. However, reality was cruel. It wasn't just King Arthur that performed better than he did. Following him, whether it was Pope Margrave, Modred, or Pierce, each of them gained a perfect evaluation. What truly embarrassed Lionel was that there were even 2 demons who hadn't benefited from minor openings that managed to gain perfect evaluations as well. Before those 2 demons stepped forward, Lionel had thought it was due to the fact he was at a disadvantage. After all, while other beneficiaries of minor openings didn't have to worry about anything other than their weapon, Lionel had to balance his powerful bow with his weak arrows. However, after observing for a while longer, Lionel realized that things weren't so simple. If 2 demons with normal weapons could succeed, then there had to be a problem with him. Had he been too conservative? But Lionel really couldn't think of a way for him to have been more aggressive. As Lionel was realizing that matters wouldn't be as simple as he thought, the shock only continued to grow. After the 2 demons passed with perfect evaluations, Supreme Monet stepped forward and received yet another. This time, Lionel wasn't the only one who was shocked either. Monet used a whip, but it was clear by its quality that she too was just another regular participant of these trials. However, where she distinguished herself was in the fact that while Lionel had to unlock his force-wielding abilities, Monet didn't. Raging flames surged out from her body and coated her whip, making her every strike easily worth tens of times that of another. In the end, she shattered the protective shield around the metallic beast in less than 10 minutes, setting a new record. Towards such a display, Lionel couldn't help but frown. It seemed he had begun to take some things for granted. He couldn't afford to lose his focus chasing after dreams when there was very real danger right before him. He still wasn't aware if Monet would be on his side or not. His first priority was to survive. Only if that was possible would he give his everything to master the 4 Seasons realm with his bow. As expected, these trial grounds can't restrict abilities. Just like I can use mine freely, so can Monet. I had originally assumed that no one in Camelot or in Modred's demon army had abilities, but what if it's not that they don't, but that it's rare? Lionel began to silently inspect the 2 demons. It wasn't long before he understood just where their specialties lied. They have inborn natural strength. It seems that the abilities those of this mythological zones have aren't as broad and varied as ones from back on Earth. But it's possible for rare variations like this to occur. Lionel didn't dare to casually inspect King Arthur with his internal sight, but he believed that if he did, King Arthur might very well have such special inborn strength as well. Coupling that with the fact he had Excalibur, and everything would make sense. The only questionable one was Modred. She should have been in a similar position to Lionel, only being able to rely on long, ranged attacks from weak spells. Her situation was not much different from his own. Yet, she still managed to gain a perfect evaluation. Ultimately, though their situations were similar, they still differed by one major point. While Modred's wand could amplify the strength of her weak spells, it was difficult for Lionel's bow to do the same for his arrows, at least not by the same measure. Lionel grew more serious the more he thought. It seemed he had fallen a step behind. There were already 7 people with better evaluations than him. It was fine for Monet and the 2 demons for now, since they didn't get the initial boost of skill points Lionel did. At most, they were on par with him, with all of them having received 7 total skill points. But if things continued like this, Lionel would only fall further behind. In addition, if Lionel couldn't perform better, he doubted that he would ever earn enough skill points to trade for the fall, winter, summer, and spring embryos, let alone the fusion of them all. To make matters worse, not everyone had gone yet. Who knew if there were other monsters waiting in the wings? Now that Lionel thought about it, the others that had entered this zone with him also had abilities that wouldn't be restricted. As though to confirm Lionel's worries, Big Buddha and Violet Rain went up one after another. Big Buddha seemed to have gained large gloves for his hands from the weapon selection round, while Violet Rain had chosen a sword. Both of their battles were without suspense. As though even this wasn't enough, after many had gone, little Nana was the last to go up. Lionel frowned when he saw her. Compared to the shy little girl she had been when he last saw her, she seemed somewhat even more reserved and scared. Lionel's initial thought was that she had been scared by the trial. After all, she was only a teenage girl and younger than even a young Lionel by several years. Didn't it make sense if she was scared? However, when she used her bind ability and then easily dispatched the metallic beast to the point of breaking Monet's record, Lionel realized that her fear wasn't toward the beast, but rather toward turning back to approach. Pope Margrave? Lionel's frown deepened. Could the death of the other Aderna family members be related to the Pope? But this didn't make any sense. Why would the Pope kill them all but little Nana? And if he did do so, why would he allow little Nana to enter these trial grounds? Shouldn't he be like King Arthur, doing everything in his power to stop her from entering? The more Lionel thought about it, the more confused he seemed to become. Just when he wanted to see if it was possible to communicate with the little girl directly, a familiar voice sounded. The small gray platforms began to rumble. Chapter 281. Lionel shot up from his platform without the slightest hesitation. Though he hadn't expected such a thing to happen, he realized that there had to be a reason why others still dared to have thoughts of targeting him. The only explanation was that a round exactly like this one existed. The smaller gray platforms shot toward the large. In one swift motion, not only did the metallic beast disappear, but they were all dropped toward it. The large platform expanded. Soon, it was about 200 meters in width and length, but this sort of situation left Lionel frowning. There were over 200 people who had entered these trials. This sort of platform might seem large, but 200 meters, 40,000 square meters, that leaves 200 square meters to a person. Ultimately, when a math was broken down, everyone got a 14 by 14 meter region to themselves. How was this considered to be much space at all? For Lionel, who had taken the path of a bowman, he would be placed at a striking disadvantage. Lionel's gaze suddenly flickered. What is that? Realizing the danger he was in as he fell toward the large platform, Lionel immediately chose the smartest path available to him and began to pay attention to those that could threaten him. Of course, all those that fell into such a category were those who managed to gain perfect evaluations. However, in doing that, Lionel found something that stunned him. Each and every one of them had 2 orbs of light hovering above their heads, whereas no other person had such an orb of light. Those have to be the star points they earned. Could it be that they can be stolen during an elimination round? Lionel's eyes widened. That had to be so. Why else would they only appear now? If he noticed such a thing, how could others not notice as well? In that case, Lionel's feet hadn't even landed onto the large gray platform yet when he had drawn his bow. A hint of force wrapped around his bow, causing it to glow with just the slightest sheen. However, in the next moment, the seemingly normal light began to crackle with faint hints of yellow lightning suffused with the green glow of wind. Lionel hadn't been able to use the ability of his glove treasure until now because his force was restricted. But after unlocking Reinforced Arrow, everything would be different. Lionel also realized something else. While he was at a disadvantage in being in such a closed space, he also had a huge advantage as well. Among those soon to land on this platform, none were safe from him. Reinforced arrow. Shoo! The sharp sound of wind and crackling lightning took hold of everyone's senses. Everyone had been entirely focused on where they would land on the platform and the enemy they'd have in their immediate surrounding. How could they expect that not only would someone attack while still in the air, but that they'd also attack someone over 100 meters from them? One of the two demons within Born Strength was completely caught off guard by Lionel's actions. How could he have ever expected to be targeted at this time? In his shock, he acted on reflex, trying to deflect Lionel's arrow. But to his horror, he realized that the rules of the Merlin trials were still restricting his movements. He hadn't spent any skill points on the physical route, and even if he had, the maneuvers one could by that applied to this situation were too far up for him to even afford. Feelings of disgruntlement and unwillingness welled up in the demon's heart. Who among those who were here weren't heroes of their generation? Each of them stood at the top of their respective kingdoms. To die like this, and even while being unable to use his true strength, he was unresigned. Pooh! A bloody hole shot through the demon lord's skull. Before anyone could react, the two orbs of light above his head flickered and disappeared, reappearing above Lionel. With a harsh bang, Lionel landed on the platform. It was unfortunate, but he only had time to aim and fire a single arrow. However, the benefits he had gained were unimaginable. He hadn't thought he'd get the chance to earn star points so quickly. Now, all he needed was 5 skill points, and he'd be able to allow Black Star the ability to move. Just when Lionel was feeling that he had benefited, he suddenly felt his heart go cold. Even after all this time, the primitive man's instincts still ran through his veins, making him feel as though he was in imminent danger. Lionel looked up to find not a small number of eyes on him. Whether it was the demons or the humans, the vast majority had turned their attention toward him. It was only then Lionel realized that he might very well have acted too rashly. If he realized the advantages and disadvantages he had, how could others not as well? Lionel might have benefited in catching everyone off guard, but now he was pegged as the most dangerous whether or not this was the objective reality. Everyone realized that if they turned their back to Lionel now and fought their own battles, who was to say that they wouldn't be the next to suffer beneath one of his sneak attacks? This wasn't all either. They all realized that Lionel now had 2 star points floating above his head. Not only would killing him now benefit them into the future, but whoever did so would gain 2 star points. The benefit of such a thing was inconceivable. Lionel slowly took a step back, but realized he couldn't take another. This wasn't because he was at the edge of the platform. In truth, at this moment, he would rather prefer if he was. Unfortunately, though he couldn't be said to be in the middle of the large square platform, he was still about 40 to 50 meters from its bottom edge and over 100 meters from his closest side edge. Suddenly, he was faced with enemies from all sides. Chapter 282. Lionel felt his skin prickle, his palms becoming sweaty. The hairs on his body stood on end, raising like needles across his skin. In his life, he had never been in such a dangerous situation. The eyes of over 200 elites locked onto him, not a single one making a move. Even the other star point owners were completely ignored. This was just how human nature was. The process of groupthink, the oppression of the masses. Once a few had locked onto Lionel, not moving an inch, others followed suit. Soon, even the slowest among them had come to realize the truths behind this matter. By then, they were no longer just following the leads of others around him, but had begun thinking about how they could gain advantages for themselves. Lionel felt stifled to the point his knees trembled slightly. He tried to steady his grip on his bow, doing his best to calm the beating of his heart. It had been a long time since Lionel felt like this. After the first few weeks of his time in the Mayan tomb, he had begun to slowly temper his battle will and heart. To now, he had fought in many battles and been on the front line for many of them. However, today was the greatest pressure he had ever faced. Beads of sweat poured down his brow, and his breathing hitched. His inability to control himself made him feel as though he wasn't getting enough oxygen. The suppression continued. It was as though those around Lionel wouldn't stop until he completely collapsed beneath their might. Facing the combined pressure of over 200 demon, lord level, and higher individuals was too much for any one person to take. Even an individual on the level of King Arthur or Modred would feel weak at such a moment. In the distance, King Arthur's lip curled into a cold smile. Where's all your previous arrogance? To now, he had swallowed several grievances due to Lionel. Seeing a brat who thought too much of himself in such a situation gave him untold satisfaction. Lionel's blood slowed, and his bow seemed to become heavier and heavier with each passing moment. The silence alone was weighing on his mind as though intent on making him go mad. A numbing sensation spread throughout his body, and the hitching in his breath only seemed to continue. Soon, he felt as though he couldn't breathe at all, as though there wasn't enough air in the world to satiate his lungs. Lionel had never felt such a way in his entire life. The truth was that he had always been a daring individual. How could he not be? He used to skydive off of his paradise island onto the skyscrapers of Earth's surface. If that wasn't daring, then what was? That was who he was. Daring, confident. He was a man who always had great belief in his own ability, even if that wasn't shown outright as blatant arrogance. Even when it came to the Mayan tomb, just how many could put down their fear and enter that unknown world on their own? Just how many people would have waited for the others to wake up first? Or cower in fear after running into their first battle? Though Lionel's actions back then seemed stained by his unwillingness to kill, beneath the first and most obvious layer, there was a hidden depth of courage and bravery. But it felt as though all of that was crumbling down now. It was sudden and abrupt. It came without warning and without foreshadowing. These were just the way things in life worked. But at the same time, it represented yet another one of the myriad of choices one had to make along their path. Is this where he'll die? Lionel had this same thought for the third time in his life. The first was when the sacrificial virgin of the Mayan tomb had her hands wrapped around his neck. The second was during his battle with Lamorak, who had eyes on him even now. And the third was now, the first time he accepted death. It was a shame that still rested on his shoulders, one he still had yet to face himself. The second time, he was unwilling, but to this day, he still had no real idea how he managed to survive. To take credit for such a thing was beneath him. Ultimately, he had just been lucky. And now this third time, would he fail himself again? Was that the choice he wanted to make? Lionel's slipping grip on his bow tightened. He was unwilling. Lionel suddenly raised his head up and shouted. The sound he made wasn't as coherent as words, nor as powerful as a roar. It was as though he was venting something within his chest, pushing it out from himself until it had nothing to do with him any longer. The sudden noise in an otherwise deathly silent atmosphere left many stunned. By the time Lionel had closed his mouth once more and leveled his gaze to meet those around him, the deathly calm of his gaze had returned. Persistence. He didn't feel ashamed for having felt fear, but he most definitely would had he allowed it to rule him. A halo of bronze shone atop Lionel's head. However, at this moment, it felt as though the violet hue was several levels more powerful than it had been in the past. Even without the rest of Lionel's runes activated, his eyes became a deep violet, his hair fluttering wildly beneath his stabilized aura. At that moment, an oppressive might gushed from Lionel's body. His focus reached unprecedented levels, and his will stood tall and firm. Though he didn't realize it then, the chains of his black spear began to clang wildly, as though it too was standing beneath the mighty winds of his aura. When his mind had calmed, he felt like a fool. This wasn't a battle to the death, nor did he have to kill all of these people before him. Even if they all wanted to kill him, so what? All he had to do was take down 9 more. As long as 9 of them died beneath his hand or the hand of others, he would survive. Lionel pulled an arrow from his quiver, his aura steadily climbing with each moment of silence. He could still feel the pressure weighing down on his shoulders. How could he not? These were all existences he would have to go all out to battle, even if it was just one-on-one, let alone when there were so many. However, to the current him, the amount of pressure no longer mattered. His arrow would be the blade that cut through it all. He didn't need to breathe a word. His demeanor said it all. Come. Chapter 283. Lionel's sudden change caught them all off guard. Even with their experience, they had never witnessed such a thing. However, Lionel didn't need them to react. Since they were standing in a daze, he would take the initiative. He had no intention of standing here and waiting to die. Lionel immediately activated Stack's shot, firing 2 arrows in quick succession. Before the arrows even landed, Lionel realized 3 things. The sharp aura of my metal synergy lineage factor gives my arrows added sharpness and strength. With my lineage factor activated, the restrictive effect of the laws in this place have been lessened by at least half. I can bend the limitations of my skills for at least the next 5 minutes. In that instant, Lionel understood that along with abilities, this space couldn't restrict his lineage factor either. The only trouble was that it seemed his stamina was drained faster than it was usually as his bloodline fought back against the restrictions. But that was fine. Lionel felt that 5 minutes was enough. No one had expected Lionel to be the first to react. However, the demons and humans that stood around him were all veterans of the battlefield. In addition, now that Lionel had lost the advantage of being in the air, they obviously had far more possible rebuttals to actions. Even still, of the 2 demons Lionel targeted, one who had chosen twin daggers as their weapon of choice didn't manage to block Lionel's strike, suffering a bloody hole to the throat. However, the second who had a broadsword as their weapon managed to use it as a shield in the last moment. At that moment, the humans hesitated. Was it really appropriate of them to attack a fellow human while it was so clear Lionel had been targeting demons? This sort of hesitancy was exactly what Lionel wanted. If it was up to him, he would have attacked another demon with a small weapon. He could obviously tell that it would be much more difficult to block. However, he hadn't done so for several reasons. First, his failure lessened the threat he presented to everyone. Second, it was a question of those around him. There were a total of 4 humans and 6 demons within 20 meters of Lionel. At the same time, Lionel was aware that he wasn't in position to battle so many individuals at once. His best bet was to spark a battle. In the chaos, killing 9 more, or rather, 8 more would be far easier. In that case, he just needed a spark. The demon wielding a broadsword was forced back by the strength of Lionel's arrow. It didn't even have the mind to realize that its back was completely exposed as it stumbled toward a group of humans who had their nerves on edge. Lionel didn't wait to see if his strategy would work. He had already learned once today that not everything would work out how you imagine it to. If it did, he wouldn't be in his current situation. With a flip of his palm, several fish scales appeared. He activated them one after another, layering his body with 3/4 skins in one breath. Unfortunately, Lionel was correct. Instead of taking the opportunity to strike at the stumbling demon, the humans backed away. In a lot of ways, Lionel could understand their choice. No one wanted to be the one who truly turned this into a battle royale. At the same time, the demons weren't their comrades, so they had no obligation to step in and get revenge. Wasn't it better for them to sit back and wait for a better opportunity to present itself? Still, Lionel didn't seem to be fazed at all. Boy! The demon who just managed to block Lionel's arrow roared in rage, shooting forward with all the speed he could muster. Unfortunately, everyone was limited to the same slow and evenly spaced steps. In fact, to now, Lionel counted less than 10 others than had spent skill points on their movement. By the time the broadsword-wielding demon had charged to within 5 meters of Lionel, the cool-down of reinforced arrow had completed. Lionel's lip curled, his gaze suffused with cold indifference. Though he could shoot a normal arrow once every 2 seconds thanks to advanced quick reload, reinforced arrow didn't fall under this category. Its cooldown was 10 seconds. If not for this, it was impossible for this demon to have blocked his arrow. However, Would Lionel really waste a reinforced arrow on an enemy so close to him? Entering a 5-meter radius of a bowman with such a limited range of techniques was asking for death. Lionel pulled the string of his dark, black bow. Even with his current strength, he only managed to pull it 50% of the way. But with its strength, this was more than enough. The crackling of lightning sounded once more as Lionel stared down the enraged demon. However, this time, an imperceptible bronze luster coated the arrow as well as though the metal that formed it was resonating with a higher existence. The demon froze. An overwhelming sense of danger shook his heart. He wasn't among the demons who had gained star points. His performance only managed to net him a B evaluation, and that was only after he managed to gain a few tricks after observing those who came before him. When facing an arrow, even a demon who had gained star points couldn't do anything against. How could he not feel as though he had acted rashly? However, would Lionel care for his feelings? Shoo! The demon closed his eyes, realizing that death was upon him. But even after several moments of holding his breath, he seemed to realize that his heart was still beating. In fact, he hadn't even felt any pain. It can't be that a marksman would miss from such a close range, right? The demon snapped his eyes open, a cold sweat matting his back. He was just in time to hear an enraged and mournful cry to his back. Not only that, but he also watched as 2 more star points manifested above Lionel's head. What? Chapter 284. Just moments ago, he thought he was safe. He stood silently in a corner of the platform, having been lucky enough to be dropped here. He couldn't have been more happy that Lionel had taken all the attention for himself. He had thought that after these 2 star points appeared above his heads that he would most definitely become a target. He really had to thank Lionel. Ha, idiot. What are you doing entering the range of a bowman like that without a proper plan? This is the problem with us demons, focusing too much on brawn and not enough brain. How else could we possibly have allowed a female human to become our leader? The demon clenched his fists. He had already affirmed it in his heart. He would use the entry into these trial grounds to raise his strength above that bitch Madrid. He could already imagine her riding beneath his crotch. Of course, he would treat her well. It wouldn't be so bad to have such a powerful queen by his side. HM? Is that idiot dead yet? The demon looked up just in time to see a flash of brilliance approaching him at impossible speeds. He blinked just once, yet it had gone from tens of meters from him to right before him in a flash. The demon's expression changed. He had to dodge. Just when he wanted to, his expression changed again. Damn it. He had completely forgotten that he was already at the corner of the platform. There was no place to dodge. Shoo! Shoo! It was only after the arrow had shot through his forehead that the demon realized that dodging was never an option. If there was any solace in death, maybe it would be that he wasn't alone in his despair. The very demon he had called an idiot just moments earlier now found himself in a similar situation, standing in a no-man's land within 5 meters of Lionel's bow. It was asking for death. Shoo! Another deathly silence fell over the platform. In an instant, for demons had died beneath 5 arrows. This boy, this simple thought was one share by them all, going from being suppressed in one instant to taking the lives of 3 more in the next. Even though they had all witnessed it, they couldn't believe it. King Arthur and Lamorac's expressions darkened. They couldn't believe the sudden change. Now, not only was Lionel safe for the time being, but others would hesitate to come after him. That bravery, that daring. He actually targeted a demon over 100 meters from him when he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. This feeling, it felt oddly similar to when Lionel strolled out of Camelot's gates. Damn it. Charged together. The demons around Lionel were completely enraged. Lionel steadied his breathing, his gaze flashing like lightning. However many came is as many as he would take on. In the distance, Big Buddha and Monet looked on with dark expressions. They had been cautious about making a move before, but it seemed that they might have to. They weren't worried about being seen as the enemies of humans. After all, they were already under the banner of Madrid. Just when everyone was about to target Lionel, the situation changed once again. The demons who had chosen to charge toward Lionel suddenly found themselves frozen, completely unable to move. Fine. The delicate voice of a little girl rang through the battlefield. Beads of sweat poured down her little face as she pushed her hand forward. It was obvious that binding the 3 demons that charged toward Lionel in that instant had taken a lot out of her. Not only was the distance far, but there were actually 3 of them. How could she not be struggling? Seeing such a scene, Lionel's heart softened with gratitude. His cold and indifferent expression cracked just the smallest bit. Stack shot. Feelings were one thing, but Lionel wouldn't allow his actions to lag behind. In an instant, 2 more bloody holes appeared within the demons. The moment she only had to bind a single person, little Nana's pressure was reduced by a significant amount, allowing Lionel's cool down to be completed and for him to draw another arrow. However, Lionel didn't fire this one. He took a step toward the last bound demon and pierced his drawn arrow through her throat. He could see the look of despair as she struggled to break free, but his eyes remained callous. In a flash, Lionel had killed 7 and still had 3 arrows remaining. He drew his bow once more. The contrast of blood dripping from the tip of his drawn arrow and the corpses littered around his body painted a heart-palpitating picture. At that moment, everyone had grown hesitant. The ability of that little girl was too powerful. They had all been apprehensive about her earlier, and now that she had stepped forward to help Lionel, the situation had gotten several times more complex. Just when everyone was shaken and wondering what the next step would be, a pained cry called out. Lionel's brow shot up. His bow was still drawn, so this cry was obviously not caused by him. His internal sight locked onto a certain region, only to find that King Arthur and Modred had both reacted as one, both killing a member of the demons and humans respectively. In fact, their steps didn't pause as both of them shot toward a second target. Lionel was shocked. He couldn't understand why they were acting like this. Technically, he was still in a dangerous situation. He hadn't gotten out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Modred's actions could be justified. After all, Lionel had killed 7 demons to now. If things continued, she would only fall into more of a disadvantage. However, King Arthur's actions didn't make much sense at all. A third cry sounded. In their competition of 2, Modred won, taking down a second human. Just as King Arthur's sword descended, a barrier of protection appeared around a shocked demon, saving her at the last moment. King Arthur frowned, but eventually retracted his sword unwillingly. It couldn't be helped. He didn't have long-ranged attacks, but Modred did. Just as Lionel was feeling even more confused, Merlin's voice sounded once again. A sudden understanding came over Lionel. It seemed this was where the last points of currency came from. It was no wonder they would take action. Chapter 285. Lionel realized then that these slaughter points must have been important. At the very least, they were comparable in use to star points. But since Lionel hadn't seen anything he could spend them on, he concluded that it might be related to the store ticket he received earlier. Still, Lionel didn't spend much time thinking about this. The moment the elimination round ended, rather than basking in his victory or the fact he managed to keep his life, he made his way toward Little Nana with the fastest speed he could muster, taking advantage of the loosened restrictions while his lineage factor was activated. Others were shaken by his sudden action. However, they sighed a breath of relief when they noticed the protective barriers around them. If they could block King Arthur's strike, they had no need to be worried about Lionel. But Lionel didn't spare them a glance as he appeared before Little Nana, just as their small platforms formed beneath their feet once again. Thanks to his action, he ended up floating in the expanse of black once more with her by his side. Lionel smiled toward the little girl. A protective feeling couldn't help but take root in his heart when he saw her delicate brows matted with sweat. It seemed that helping him from so far away hadn't been easy on her. "Thank you, Little Nana." Nana blushed slightly, her large blue eyes twinkling with a slight hint of pride. It seemed she was quite happy that she could help Lionel out. At the same time, She felt slightly more comfortable in her heart with Lionel by her side. Lionel wanted to ask her what happened to her family, but he hesitated in the end. He could feel that Margrave had sent a portion of his senses in his direction. Things would be fine as long as he just made it look like he was chatting idly with her. However, if the Pope overheard him asking questions, things might become difficult. Lionel sighed in his heart. He could sense that his presence had eased the little girl's tension by a small bit. This was all he could do for her for now. In truth, he wanted to let her enter the segmented cube, but the logistics afterward would be difficult. When it was only little Tolly within the segmented cube, it could maintain its small size and even fit into his spatial ring. But whenever Lionel himself entered, the segmented cube couldn't shrink past 5 cubic meters. This was better than it had been in Phase 1. Back then, its smallest size when he entered was 10 cubic meters. But it still wasn't small enough. Lionel believed that this had something to do with the strength of his life force. Uncle Montez had said that little Tolly couldn't enter his spatial bracelet because the little guy was a living being. However, even then, it was easier to accommodate a spirit than a full-blown human. Wait, I can let her enter one of the snow globes? Lionel sealed this thought at the back of his mind. Though little Nana seemed more at ease around him, that was only relative. Ultimately, they had had very few reactions. For a little girl to survive on her own to now, no matter how naive and innocent she looked, she was definitely highly intelligent. It wouldn't be a simple matter to get her to put her whole trust in him. In addition, Lionel was only acting now because he was soft-hearted and also owed the little girl a favor now for helping him out. Their relationship couldn't be considered to be deep. It was just that Lionel had a good impression of this little girl despite the fact she had acted against him in the past. I just helped a little, little Nana said softly, her voice as delicate as a butterfly's wings. Big brother is the impressive one, standing up to them like that. Lionel found it a bit odd Nana called him Big Brother so directly, but he assumed that it might have just been the dialect of where she grew up. From his understanding, these hidden families were quite reclusive. Had it not been for the fact she was expelled from her clan for whatever reason, Lionel might have never met Aina in his lifetime. After organizing his thoughts, Lionel smiled once again and chatted idly with the little girl. However, their conversation didn't last very long before it was interrupted. Lionel hesitated. Originally, he wanted to save it until he had more skill points to use since he thought he would need them within the store. But after gaining slaughter points, he wasn't sure anymore. Forget it. Since I gained a ticket, but no star points before, it seems such tickets are less valuable. It'll enter now, even if I can't buy anything. He'll be back, Lionel told little Nana. Lionel used his ticket, his body vanishing in the next instant. For a moment, his vision blurred. When he could finally see his surroundings again, he realized that he had entered another wide expanse of black. Just as he was feeling confused, a translucent screen appeared before him, and a catalog of items appeared. It only took a cursory glance for Lionel to notice that all of these items were high quality. Even the worst were B-grade treasures. It was a shame that it didn't matter much to Lionel. He couldn't take anything out of this zone without it disappearing. Even if I can't, if I dream sculpt items I'm interested in, I can craft them for myself. Thinking to this point, Lionel's mind suddenly latched onto an idea. He remembered that he still had the weird naked sniper's ethereal glabella. According to the dictionary, the same way it was possible to refine a beast crystal into treasures, it was also possible to do with humans. All this time, Lionel had been greatly hesitant. He didn't like the idea of doing such a thing to a human. It seemed morally wrong. Lionel wasn't wrong either. There was a great taboo against doing such a thing in the world of force crafters. However, as time passed, Lionel realized that his Earth escape treasure was becoming less and less reliable. It wasn't that the beast crystals they were formed of were lacking, but rather that his skill in refining them hadn't been good enough. The biggest problem was ultimately that it took too long to activate. It couldn't be used in battle at all. However, the naked sniper's blink ability, it was hard to pass up. Unfortunately, Lionel had yet to draw up a satisfactory blueprint for it. He realized that even though he had managed to craft a Tier 9 black treasure, his skill couldn't really be considered to be at that level just yet. At most, he was able to use his ability to drill himself into being capable of doing something he would otherwise find impossible. But if he found a treasure here that accomplished a similar ability, it would make things much easier on him in the future. What Lionel didn't know was that he had touched on his second taboo already. The first was refining a human into a treasure, and the second was stealing the craft of another master. Chapter 286. This isn't working. Going through all of these treasures one by one would take forever. Lionel suddenly had an idea. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it wouldn't cost him anything to try. Can you show me all short-distance teleportation treasures with cooldowns less than 10 seconds? Much to Lionel's surprise, the translucent screen before him immediately reacted. There was a few seconds of rapid scrolling before treasures disappeared one after another, leaving behind a total of 5. Lionel's gaze brightened. There were 2 necklaces, 1 brace, 1 bracelet, and the last was an ankle brace. They all had short ranges of within 10 meters. The highest cool down amongst them 8 seconds while the lowest was 3. Lionel focused on one of the necklaces. Though it was quite feminine, what he cared about was its ability. Worst come to worst, he could just hide it beneath his shirt or armor. This necklace was the overall best treasure here. It had a teleportation distance of 3 meters and could be used once every 3 seconds. It was possible to store teleportation charges for up to 3 attempts. After that, one would have to manually pour force into it. Just when Lionel was about to get ahead of himself and purchase it, he suddenly froze. He remembered he didn't have any of the currency necessary for this special store. In fact, he wasn't even aware of what the currency was to begin with. Lionel's gaze slowly shifted to the side of the image reflecting in his gaze. When he saw the numbers beside it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Lionel was a weaker man, he would definitely begin to shed real tears. 72,000 skill points? He didn't even have one. It seemed he had gotten way too ahead of himself. How could it be so easy to lay his hands on such a treasure? This treading goddess necklace was a quasi-bronze treasure. As long as it was a 3rd or 4th dimensional world, it wouldn't weaken in the slightest. How could it be so casually given out? Lionel settled his breathing. It seemed he had wasted an entry ticket. He didn't have a single skill point on him. And even if he did, he wouldn't have the heart to spend on a piece of equipment. 72,000 skill points was enough to make it a good portion of the way up his skill tree. He couldn't casually use such an amount. His first priority was still mastering the 4 Seasons realm. Just as Lionel was about to resign himself to a loss, he suddenly remembered something else. Since this space could respond to his verbal command, maybe it could answer a question of his. How do I use slaughter points? The translucent screen flickered and changed once again. 1 slaughter point, 100 skill points, 1 slaughter point, 3 special store tickets, 1 slaughter point, 1 star point. Lionel's gaze brightened. So it was like this. Slaughter points could be traded for a myriad of things. It says current exchange rate. Does that mean it's subject to change? Lionel came to a logical conclusion. It was very likely that as the numbers dwindled, slaughter points would gain a boost in value. Who knew? In the future, it might be possible to exchange a slaughter point for thousands of skill points. Arthur must have benefited from these treasures from his last entry. But why is it that he hasn't used them yet? Is it that he can't due to the restrictions? Or is there another reason? Lionel realized that his own treasures didn't seem to have any restrictions. The only reason he hadn't been able to use his Wind Lightning Glove before was due to the restriction on his force, not the treasure itself. So, he was unsure if he had an advantage others didn't. Forget it, we'll see how things go. Armed with this new information, Lionel became more confident. The first thing he did was spend 5 skill points and 1 star point to unlock a companion for life. Yip. Finally feeling that he could move, Little Black Star excitedly jumped around. The little guy had truly felt too stifled. Once Lionel unlocked Blackstar and Tolliver, he gained a fourth branch of his skill tree related to them. Originally, Lionel had no intention of spending any skill points on this new skill tree. After all, Blackstar's ability couldn't be restricted by this world. There was no need to give him new skills. However, Lionel froze when he saw a particular skill. Perfect Union. The moment Lionel saw it, he knew he had to have it. He understood too little about Blackstar's ability, while this skill would allow him and Blackstar to essentially share one mind. Everything the little guy felt and all of its instincts would count as Lionel's. The best part about this skill was that it wasn't the highest skill on the tree, nor did it take much to reach it. It would take 321 skill points to unlock the branches necessary and 4 star points to reach it. Lionel hesitated. If he converted all of his slaughter points now, he would have 550 skill points. However, he only had 3 star points left now, so he would only have 450 skill points while the last slaughter point would go toward the last star point he needed. Lionel's gaze narrowed. At the moment, he was feeling uneasy in his heart. He felt like things would only become more dangerous from here on out, and who knew when the next elimination round would begin. Lionel was certain that he would be targeted from the beginning during the next round. It couldn't be helped. He stood out too much and had made many enemies. It ultimately comes down to one question. Will understanding Blackstar better give me a greater immediate boost in strength, or would using all 550 skill points on myself do so? Lionel sent a glance toward his own skill tree. Several calculations fired off in his dream world. Eventually, he fell into a simulation, the results of which shocked him. It wasn't even close. Investing in Blackstar was by far the best choice. Lionel took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. 5 slaughter points exchanged, 1 star point gained, for 150 skill points earned. The moment he clicked on this skill, Lionel's mind was suddenly flooded with a whole host of new sensory information. Little Blackstar, who had been playing around, suddenly turned back to Lionel and blinked with an adorable curiosity. The little guy seemed to be wondering why he felt so much closer to Lionel all of a sudden. It took a while for Lionel to regain his bearings, but when he did, a confident smile spread across his face. Up until now, he had still been wondering if he made the right choice. But now he realized he had. Without another ounce of hesitation, he began to use his remaining 100 or so skill points on himself. Lionel spent 80 or so skill points on his skill tree. As for the remaining 50 or so, he spent it all on a bronze piece of equipment, bronze quiver. Not only could it hold 25 arrows, but it could spawn another every 30 seconds. Feeling confident, Lionel finally left the special store. But what he found when he stepped out doused him from head to toe in cold water. King Arthur stood majestically, his white armor glowing with a fierce light. It was as though it had been completely reborn. It alone made Lionel feel as though a mountain was weighing on his shoulders. How could Lionel know that King Arthur could indeed use treasures he had gained during his last entry? It was just that he had to pay an appropriate price to reactivate them. And, unfortunately, that price was far less than it cost to originally buy the equipment. Another thing Lionel didn't know was that star points could also be exchanged for skill points. Chapter 287. Lionel met King Arthur's gaze. It was a short interaction, hardly worth a thing. Yet, Arthur seemed to realize that Lionel's gaze was even firmer than it had been in the past. Not only that, but he noticed that the little beast lazing around Lionel's neck had grown more active. What is that beast? This boy was actually willing to spend 5 skill points and a star point to allow it to move. A star point was worth 100 skill points at this juncture. It wasn't a small matter to make the choice to use it. Arthur couldn't help but grow a level more serious. The world warped. Suddenly, the singular square platforms of a meter in length and width lengthened, stretching into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it formed several long roads that each of them stood at the end of. Lionel sent a gaze toward little Nana before looking back toward the long road ahead of him. Without another thought, he took a strong step forward. The universe was a nearly endlessly vast place. Some believed it was infinite, while others believed it was infinitely expanding. There were even some schools of thought that believed there were endless copies of this impossible vastness, each telling the same story a different way. Still, there was only one truth. There was just a single universe. However, within this single universe, there were trillion upon trillions of worlds, each with billions upon billions of existences of their own. In this universe, there were usually many names for the same thing. However, this universe only went by a single name by those who were advanced enough to realize its profundities, the dimensional verse. Though the dimensional verse was formed of many worlds, it was more accurate to say that these worlds simply represented a fold of reality. Each fold encompassed a world and could be given a dimensional grade. A single fold could vary in size. It could be as small as a single city within a planet or as large as an entire galaxy. It is when these folds begin to evolve that a world is considered to also evolve. The fold that represented Earth's world encompassed Earth and the Moon. In comparison to other folds, it was neither too big nor too small, but it could be said to be convenient. When folds are too small, the benefit is also small. The evolution potential will be limited, as there are limited gains to a small-scale evolution. The smaller the scale, the less change there is to catalyze, and thus the less benefits there are to gain. However, at the same time, if the fold is too large, it becomes too difficult to deal with. For a fledgling world like Earth, what could it do if its fold of reality encompassed its entire solar system? What if a zone appeared on Jupiter? Even though Earth's advancement in technology has been vast in the past several centuries, what did it matter if it was impossible to use this technology thanks to the metamorphosis? This wasn't the only issue with large folds either. The larger the fold, the more history a zone could encompass, and the more complex they became to clear. The more random a zone could become, the more complex its quests become, and the more difficult it was for zone detection treasures to calculate the quest requirements. Of course, a place like Jupiter wouldn't have any real history of its own. That would be nonsensical. However, its addition to a fold of reality could cause mutations in an otherwise normal history one would never expect. Unfortunately, the size of folds was destined to always grow. Though it would be nice if it remained the same until the fall of a world, such things were never meant to be. Due to this truth, the higher the dimension of a world, the larger its fold was, and the more powerful it had to be to survive to its current point. As though this wasn't enough, sometimes growing folds could clash and begin to overlap, resulting in an instance of two worlds having no choice but to go to war for fear of their own world collapsing. Still, these instances were often never reached by a world because the process of surviving a growing fold of reality was too much for many worlds to bear. There were many worlds that sat at this crossroad. To the left was a road where they survived and managed to prosper. While the growing of a fold could devastate a world, it also provided opportunities. The larger a fold, the more natural force arts it encompassed and the greater resources it could produce. However, the right was a road of immediate benefits. These worlds would choose to abandon their folds of reality to migrate to more stable higher dimensional worlds. But before they did so, they would wring their world dry of all the resources it had left, using it to fund their new lives. Many worlds had a certain ratio of both types of people. Where there was population, there would always be opposing viewpoints. Would it be better to build something with your own hands and leave something behind your future generations could admire you for? Or was that foolish? Why shed blood and tears for a reality you wouldn't get to enjoy yourself? The world of terrain was at a similar crossroads. It had been 500 years since it evolved into a fourth-dimensional world. Unlike Earth, it didn't sit in a fold of reality with much potential. According to the higher dimensional beings, it would at most become a fifth-dimensional world before reaching the end of its evolution. For worlds that reach the end of their potential, the clashing of these two ideologies would become especially tumultuous. The effort needed to have a world step into its final evolutionary stage was a lot. But just how many were able to put in this necessary effort? That said, whether this clash was relevant to the events occurring at this very moment was very hard to tell. It could only be said that this matter should be left up to those observing at this very moment. A singular woman was the target of a large-scale manhunt. This woman had long, flowing black hair and shining amber eyes that almost looked like shimmering gold when they reflected the sunlight. Even as she ran with all her being, her steps not leaving the slightest trace of her, her gaze didn't lose its alluring beauty. However, her eyes could be said to be the only beautiful thing about her. When one's eyes landed on her face, the sight would be enough to make even the most stoic of men sigh. It was clear to anyone that she was an impossible-to-find beauty, the kind that if Lionel were to witness, he would realize that Joan, Monet, and Madrid couldn't possibly hold a candle to. Unfortunately, this beauty was completely marred by savage scars. They crisscrossed across her face, her cheeks, her lips, like enraged pinkish-purple earthworms. The scars seemed to pulse with her every breath, giving the impression that they were either coursing with a mysterious energy, were on the verge of becoming infected, or severely poisoned. It might even be possible that it was a combination of all three. It was difficult to describe just how horrid the sight was. And, even for a man, let alone a young lady in her prime, it was difficult to accept having such an appearance. Most in this young woman's position would choose to cover it up. In fact, for most of her life, this particular woman had chosen to do exactly that. However, her reasons for doing so were very different from what another young woman would give. At this moment, though, these reasons hardly mattered. The life she lived on her home world was far different from the one she lived now. All she cared about was improving and tempering herself, growing powerful enough to one day seek revenge on her enemies. In fact, it was due to these ambitions that she had landed herself in so much trouble. The forces currently chasing her had standings in this world that would make the citizens of Terrain shiver in terror. However, this young woman had infuriated them all without hesitation. The young lady dashed through the mountain range. Beads of perspiration fell down her face, rolling over her unsightly scars. Every time they did, she would feel a nearly unquenchable desire to itch at her face, but she stubbornly ignored this desire, knowing that such an action would only make it all worse. The beasts in this mountain range will be troublesome. They should give me some time. A serious expression warped the young woman's brows. She flipped her palm, causing a vial filled with a thick, blood-red liquid to appear. It was because of this item that she was confident no beast would approach her. But it was also because of this that she was being hunted like a criminal. Still, if she went through so much trouble FO this vial, she had to take advantage of it too. With another flip of her palm, her opposite hand suddenly gained a familiar axe. If Lionel was there, despite the initial unfamiliarity he had with this young woman's face, he would immediately recognize her now. She was none other than the only woman in his heart, Anna Brazing. Chapter 288. That damned ugly bitch. A roar shook the forest. It was laced with endless fury and unwillingness. It was the kind of shout that caused birds to flee and an unwitting silence to overwhelm the immediate aftermath. At that moment, a young man stood in the midst of a group of warriors. He had sharp features and a hidden air of elegance beneath his current anger. It was clear that he was very much used to the lifestyle of a noble. At the same time, he wasn't alone in his rage. There were two others of equal standing to his own that felt the same rage toward the same woman. One of them was a young lady whose delicate, expressional features reddened beneath the gnashing of her teeth. And the last was a stocky young man who was a head shorter than even a young woman. These three young masters represented three of the most powerful powers on Terrain. In fact, there were only a handful of other territories that could match them in strength. Yet, they all felt infinite rage toward the same woman. The Cliff's Edge Terrace, the World's End Falls, the Mirage Pavilion. Each of these were names that shook the hearts of those born on Terrain. Yet, they had actually made a move together. Spread out the encirclement. Do whatever you have to do to find her. But, young heir, the Mountain Sands range is too dangerous. If we spread out too thin, it will become too difficult to protect you. An older man stepped forward to say these words. The attire from those on Terrain was quite unique. They all wore a cross of robes and soft armor that made their clothing look somewhat like delicate art pieces. However, the truth was that these seemingly soft pieces of cloth provided more defenses than heavy-duty armor ever could. The older man and the young master he spoke to both wore deep black robes crossed with dark blue soft armor. The combination made them look somewhat sinister, mixed with a touch of an ethereal feel. These robes were the marking of the Cliff's Edge Terrace, a power ranked within the top 10 of the terrain world. The words of the older man was exceptionally tactful. The truth was that the ones that would be in the most danger would be those who separated from this young master of theirs. With all the protective treasures this young man had, even if he was alone in this mountain range, he would still have better than 50% odds of survival. However, the old man had seen too much life to argue from the point of view of a servant. He had to convince the young man that he would be in danger. Otherwise, why would he care? This was the reality of the world. Hearing the name Mountain Sands Range, the young man immediately grew sober. It was an odd name for a mountain range, especially since there were no deserts anywhere within hundreds of kilometers of this place. In fact, when the young man heard that a Tier 1 bronze zone would appear in this place, he had been hesitant to go at all until he heard it was a variant zone. There were a total of 4 different kinds of zones: regular zones, unique zones, mythological zones, and finally variant zones. Variant zones were unique in that, unlike the others, they didn't pull from culture or history. Rather, they came from the future. Regular zones represented the trials of a world. Unique zones represented the invasion of a world. Mythological zones represented the potential of a world. And variant zones represented the end of a world. For higher dimensions, toying with the timeline of a weaker world wasn't difficult as long as an appropriate price was paid. However, in this instance, it wasn't another world trying to sabotage terrain, but rather the future generations of terrain trying to save their own world. Whenever a variant zone appeared, it meant that a world had entered a crossroads. Choosing to go one direction or another would decide whether they would sink or swim. A variant zone could be considered the universe, giving a world a few more chances before they perished. Of course, the appearance of just one variant zone didn't necessarily mean a world was on the brink of destruction. But what it did mean was that if appropriate measures weren't taken, a world would be in danger given due time. What truly differentiated variant zone from others was that treasures could be taken out of them. Usually only gold zones and above would have this ability. But only variant zones could completely ignore this restriction. It was no wonder, then, that this group was so infuriated. The penultimate treasure of this variant zone was snatched away by an unknown young woman. And to make it all worse, she had somehow managed to escape their encirclement. However, even with all the pent-up rage, the young heir still calmed the moment he heard the name. The Mountain Sands Range. It gained this name not because of its terrain, but because of the fact it was a danger zone countless individuals had lost their life in. The legends said that the deeper one entered this mountain range, the more difficult it was to get out, just like quicksand. They had already traveled deeply enough to have entered the so-called sandbox region. If they entered too deeply and reached the true quicksand region, even the young heirs wouldn't be confident of escaping. However, it was clear by the actions of that young woman that she had no intention of escaping outward. In fact, she was putting more pressure on them the deeper she entered. The young heir to the Cliff's Edge Terrace grit his teeth. To pursue or to not pursue? What should he do? After regaining his calm, he became several levels more thoughtful. Send out communication talismans. I want to hear from Miss Falls and that short bastard first before we make the next step of the plan. In the end, he was the young heir of a great power. He had initially lost control of his emotions because he couldn't stand the thought of such an ugly woman with no backing causing him to suffer a loss. But now that things had come to this, he had to take the next step carefully. Chapter 289. It wasn't long before a meeting of 3 had been converged. One was a young man wearing black robes, alternating in deep blue soft armor. This young man was the heir of Cliff's Edge Terrace, Rain-Red Solar. The second was a young woman wearing bright white robes, alternating in a light sky blue soft armor. This young woman was the heiress of World's End Falls, Jolnia Falls. The last was a short young man wearing red robes matched with violet soft armor. This young man was the heir of the Mirage Pavilion, Wheeless Mirage. If one were to witness this scene, there would only be one of two reactions to have. Either one would be impressed or disgusted. Rain-Red sat in the middle of a dense forest with a tea spread before him. A small round table housed precious herbs being steeped in hot water and delicate, neatly arranged pastries. He sat at the table, one leg crossed over the other, as though he wasn't in the wilderness at all. One would think that he was taking a break of leisure within his own personal garden rather than being on an expedition within one of the most dangerous danger zones of terrain. Is all of this really necessary, you sissy? You called us here to waste our time eating pastries and drinking tea? Wheeless exploded the instant he saw Rain-Red set up. He and Jolnia both thought that he had already captured that ugly bitch. They had never expected that he would call them here without rhyme or reason. Did he not understand the situation? Their three powers had invested too much into this. Not only had they invested many resources into making sure the opening of the zone remained secret, but they had lost large amounts of manpower forming expeditionary squads to clear a path toward it. What was this fool thinking? Rain-Red's hand paused, causing the teacup in his hands to stop just before his lips. A hint of cold, killing intent flashed for just the briefest moment. In the end, he managed to control himself. We need a better plan than the one we have now. If we continue to follow this ugly woman into this mountain range, I'm sure you know the kind of consequences we could face. This isn't a playground. Hearing these words, both heirs became slightly more serious. Even the perpetually silent Jolnia grew a level more serious. What do you propose? Wheeless said after some time. Rain-Red took a long sip of his tea before placing the cup down. There are only 4 passageways out of this mountain range. Pressure Winds Valley, Reverse Flow River, the Mountain Sands Path, and the Mountain Sands Cave Network. I think we all know that no one has come out alive from that cave network since the 4th dimension descended. I suggest our main forces control these 3 passageways. As for the 4th, just in case of anything unexpected, we can send a few scouts with decent strength. That whore isn't very powerful to begin with. If not for her cunning, she would have long since fallen beneath my blade. The moment we lay eyes on her will seal her death. Rain-Red's gaze turned frosty. He had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a 3rd dimension swine. How could he not feel disgusted? Wheeless and Jolnia looked toward one another. What if she dies? Wouldn't it all be for naught? Jolnia finally spoke her first words. Her voice was light, delicate, and didn't carry the slightest hint of emotion. She seemed detached from everything. But then again, it seemed as though all those from World's End Falls were exactly like this. Rain-Red sneered. In the end, even if it's a variant zone, it's still ultimately a mere Tier 1 bronze zone. How great could the treasures possibly be? The 2 heirs looked at one another and shook their heads. No matter how one looked at it, Rain-Red's words simply sounded like sour grapes. Compared to other zones, variant zones had exceptionally low difficulty and provided rewards that were disproportionately greater. After all, they were meant to provide hope to a dying world. How could it not be like this? It wasn't surprising for a Tier 1 bronze zone to have rewards within incomparable to a silver zone. Rain-Red was just speaking nonsense. However, he was too lost in his own world to care for the opinions. It was clear that his hatred for this young woman had surpassed his desire for this treasure. Rain-Red shook his head. We can't afford to bet our lives here. Those important matters I'm sure you two are aware of aren't as far away as it might seem. Wheeless frowned. Oof. The only reason he'll be migrating along with the rest of you is because the elders have already decided on it. I'm not like you shameless individuals who give up so easily. This time, it was Wheeless' turn to be looked upon oddly. However, they didn't have a mind to say anything to reprimand him. Instead, the meeting dispersed. Soon a net designed to capture one young woman would be perfectly deployed. At that very moment, Aina had entered a cave. If the three heirs had been there, they would have been shocked to realize that this ugly woman they were chasing had actually entered one of the many networks of tunnels beneath the vast mountain range. Unfortunately, Aina didn't know anything about the dangers of this place. In truth, after Lionel sent her here with her teleportation ticket, she had appeared not far from the variant zone. It was then she entered, not knowing that she would be ruining the plans of so many large powers. Teleportation tickets were actually designed such that newcomers will be taken to prepared stations. After all, any world that had entered the fourth dimension was used to visitors from other worlds. It was a part of evolution. However, that little fool Lionel didn't know that one had to prepare appropriately for a teleportation, as every small factor was important. Namely, Aina's axe had still been in her hand at the time. As a result, it influenced her teleportation and sent her off course. In the end, here she was being chased to the point of entering these dark caves with nothing to rely on but the axe in her hands. Chapter 290. A heavy breath left Aina's lips. The cold breeze of the damp tunnels nipped at her body, making the portions of her skin exposed to the elements ripple with goosebumps. Though she wore the very same black military uniform covered with many pockets, it had been torn in several places due to her battle. Had it not been for her ability, she might very well have been crippled of movement by now. So cold, Aina's petite body trembled slightly, but she grit her teeth and pressed onward. Without a choice, she was forced to put her axe away. Using such a large weapon in an enclosed space might cost her life. So, she pulled out a sword instead. The blade's edge gleamed within the darkness. In her left hand, she clutched the vial of red, and the other, she clutched the hilt of her sword. She didn't really think much about her weapon. She had just happened to pick it up within the variant zone. However, she wasn't very fond of light weapons. She felt less secure behind such a small weapon. Aina shook her head, willing these useless thoughts away. Hopefully these tunnels run deep, so they won't be able to find me easily. They'll find a place to rest and heal my injuries. Aina had no idea what kind of danger zone she was entering. She thought that this place was no different from any normal array of underground tunnels. The only reason she was being semi-cautious was because she wouldn't be naive enough to believe that there were no dangers at all before her. Not only were beasts far more advanced on fourth-dimensional worlds, but invalids were several levels more dangerous as well. In fact, there were even instances of invalids creating and manning civilizations of their own. Of course, such a civilization could hardly be called as such. After all, the vast majority of invalids were mindless zombies. However, variant invalids were impossibly dangerous foes. There was a chance, albeit a small one, that there might be invalids up ahead. Luckily, nothing obstructed her path forward. She managed to find several branching paths. After picking one, she chose an area with multiple escape routes and sat down in meditation. Her chest heaved, her eyelashes trembling slightly. It was only after she sat that she felt the exhaustion take hold of her body. It had already been several months since the last time she slept. Even Lionel, who had such an overwhelmingly strong spirit, couldn't do such a thing. All this time, she had relied on her ability to accomplish this feat whenever she felt overwhelming fatigue. She would activate her self-heal and wash it all away. But she had been gaining diminishing returns for a long time already. Aina sighed. If he was here, Aina suddenly shook her head furiously. During their time together within the Jones Zone, Aina had gotten used to relying on Lionel's sleep meditation ability. He had always been the perfect scout, but now there was only herself. Focus, Aina. The moment you decided to take your mask off, you left that life behind. Aina snapped her eyes open, willing her fatigue away. She bit down on her lip hard. There was no doubt that if Lionel was here, he would have asked her to treat them better than she was now. She looked down at the red vial in her hand. This vial was the top treasure of the variant zone. According to what she understood, it was the blood of a beast known as the Abyss Panther. The Abyss Panther was a fifth-dimensional beast that would be born on terrain within the next 1,000 years. This meant that in all of current existence, The only instance of its existence was currently in Aina's palm. This was the magic of variant zones. Every world would birth mystical and powerful beasts of its own after every evolution. Earth would likely have some of its own very soon. Among those evolved beasts, some would grow powerful enough to make a name for itself within the whole universe. Only then would its name ring sonorously within the ears of all. However, the Abyss Panther wasn't of this level. In fact, it might never be. There was even a chance it would never be born at all, and its future lineage would end in Aina's hands right here and now. Aina hesitated. With this vial in hand, no beast would dare approach her. She basically gained a ring of protection around her. However, if she ingested it now, it would likely bring a huge boost to her strength and smoothly allow her to enter the fourth dimension within a few months. If others heard Aina's thoughts, they would think that she was insane. The universe had countless magic systems. One that involved ingesting the blood of powerful beasts, of course, existed. However, this situation was completely different. For one, this was blood from a fifth-dimensional beast, while Aina was still within the third dimension. There were a full 2 watershed moments between her and this beast. In addition, the ingestion of blood was considered to be an unorthodox path. It would always leave behind latent dangers and injuries. Even in the rare instances that it didn't, it would chain a person to a certain level of strength. As such, ingesting blood should never be taken lightly. Yet, by Aina's demeanor, it seemed that she wasn't worried about any of this. And this most definitely wasn't due to ignorance. Aina had reason to be confident. Her ability fell under the healing type, yet she wasn't able to heal anyone else but herself. This seemed like a limited and useless ability. However, it was actually the exact opposite. Aina's gene assessment listed her as a 5-star health professional. Her ability was related to self-healing. Each was related to the other. The reason Aina was so confident was because her ability allowed her almost limitless control over her own body. Any benefit she could gain with her body would be multiplied several times over compared to a normal person. She could manipulate the small portions of her body with absolute control. If she ingested this blood, not only could she ensure that there wouldn't be any lingering issues, but she would benefit far more than anyone else who ingested the same blood. However, this was only part of the reason she dared to do this. Chapter 291. Aina gently touched the scars on her face and winced. They felt exceptionally tender, as though they had just healed, but only she knew that she had had these scars for an entire 18 years of her life. Her main reliance were these very scars on her face. These scars you've given me. Not only will I not let them shame me, I will use them in a way you could never have calculated. A fiery rage lit Aina's amber eyes. In that moment, they flickered like golden flames. Without hesitation, she poured the entire vial contents down her throat. Bang! Aina's clothes were blasted to ash. However, there was no gorgeous sight to behold. What should have been delicate, somewhat tanned skin was nowhere to be seen. Along with her clothes, Aina's skin had been torn asunder. A rain of her own blood and flesh coated the walls of the cave, as though a massacre had taken place. All that was left were the fine fibers of her bloody muscles. In fact, even some of her skeleton shone through regions where even her deep tissue was broken. She looked like a human that had been skinned alive. Yet, somehow, the scars on her face still remained prominent. They were so deep that they dug into the tissue of her face and latched onto her skull. Even in this situation, they pulsed like grotesque worms, not letting go even as their host was on the verge of death. However, if one looked closely, it seemed that Aina was still in a state of meditation. She no longer had eyelids to close her eyes, but her pupils seemed to have glazed over. Anyone sane would believe that she was dead. That is, until one noticed a steadily beating piece of flesh. It was beneath 2 large mounds of yellow fat flowing with blood, beneath a ribcage bathed in crimson, and between 2 barely perceptibly moving lungs, her heart. It continued to beat with a rhythmic consistency. As time passed, its beating slowed. It seemed that Aina might die at any time. However, though the rhythm seemed to slow, it became deeper and more resounding. Soon, it felt as though the whole underground space was trembling beneath its might. At that moment, in a certain region of Earth, there was a hidden estate. It seemed completely separate from Earth, as though it was a heaven gracing the land of mortals. There were vast stretches of exotic, alien plants. Plains were graced by odd creatures of mythology, and the forests held an irresistible scent to them that seemed to pull one into a trance. At the center of this land, there was a mansion that hung in the skies. From its base, thick, heavy chains hung. From a distance, it almost seemed as though these chains were the pillars that held this mansion up. If it wasn't for their slight swaying every so often, any ignorant observer would conclude this as well within this mansion. In a room hidden from the eyes of even most of those worthy of stepping foot onto its floors, there was an altar. Though it was an altar, it didn't seem to be worshipping anything. Rather, it seemed to be the exact opposite. A stone tablet of sorts sat with names crossed out, as though being banished from a level of respect they had once deserved or maybe never deserved to begin with. There were only 2 names on this list. Both of them seemed to have a magic aura wrapped around them. However, this aura was poison, sinister, and dark. Compared to the awe-inspiring display of the Morales family ancestral grounds, this place was several levels less grand and also lacked any celebratory mood. At that moment, an emaciated old man looked up with dull eyes. He sat within this dark room as a perpetual overseer, but his position didn't seem to be very high. Whether it was his long black robes or the rattling of chains beneath them, he seemed more like a slave than an elder. His eyes were milky white. He seemed completely blind, yet also seemed to sense something. However, whatever that something was made him sigh. Before he could do much of anything, the pulsing lights on one of the names became more intense. The aura it exuded became several levels more vindictive and savage, exuding an endless dark energy. A commotion was raised throughout the mansion, and soon news was spread to all corners. Within a room of that mansion, a beautiful middle-aged woman sat before a mirror, allowing a petite maid to apply light makeup onto her delicate features. If it wasn't for the slight wrinkles toward the side of her eyes, it would have been impossible to tell this woman's age. Not long later, a messenger quickly entered the room and left just as quickly. Upon hearing the message, the beautiful middle-aged woman snickered. That whore's daughter is still trying. How many is that already in the last year? 38, madam. The petite maid replied softly. That little bitch sure can endure pain. She should know that that seal isn't going anywhere. She can struggle all she wants, but it won't change the outcome. The beautiful middle-aged woman's countenance distorted. Her beauty seemed marred by decades of resentment and hatred. She wanted nothing more than for that little bitch to live a life of torment. After a few moments of silence, she regained her usual air of nobility. It was as though she hadn't been the one to make such an expression just seconds earlier. Has my boy Simeon still not found their traces? And is there any information about this Lionel Morales, who dared to kill the people of my Brazinger clan? Madam, according to our information, Lionel Morales is the grandson of Emperor Fox. The beautiful middle-aged woman seemed to be stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting such news. But after a moment, her gaze narrowed. And so what? Even if a member of the Fox imperial family acted, they still have to lose a pound of flesh to my family. The petite maid hesitated before continuing. His mother hasn't been seen in several decades, and we weren't able to find out anything about his father. In addition, Madam should remember that young heir Simeon failed to gain a fourth of the world's spirit. Though the petite maid didn't finish her words, the meaning was clear. Acting against Lionel with such little information was inadvisable. The beautiful Madam sneered. It seems that cheap little whore is just like her mother. They sure know how to pick their men. I don't care what background he has, can surpass ours. I want him dead before we're swept up by other matters. I don't want to fly buzzing around my business while I'm dealing with those greedy bastards who have eyes on our fold of reality. The petite maid bowed. Yes, madam. The madam's sneer deepened. Thinking about how that little whore was suffering just to head toward another failure, her heart felt exceptionally light. At that same moment, Aina still sat, her skin peeled completely from her body. However, a sneer also coated what was left of her lips. They probably thought she was struggling to break these seals once again. But in reality, she was using it to weaken the backlash of this blood. And she would keep using it in this way until the day she could bury that family in the dirt. They wanted to seal her? Well, there was no one in this world who better understood her own body. There was nothing she could put into her body that she couldn't find a way to gain a benefit from. Her dull eyes flashed with an endless determination. Across the world, as Aina fought her own battle, Lionel too fought his own. Blood covered his body from head to toe, but his gaze was just as blazing as Aina's. You dare pair yourself with a demonic creature and deem yourself a human? Lamorak, billowing roar shook the arena. Several competitors ran about the surroundings, chasing after orbs of light in the skies. Lionel drew his bow, his gaze defiant. Shoo! Another orb of light was broken apart by him, fusing into his point total. Lionel wiped the blood that was falling down from his face. I've long since been tired of you. Lionel's voice rumbled like thunder. It didn't seem very loud, yet it reverberated in the chests of all those who heard him. He wanted nothing more than to teach the man before him a lesson. Chapter 292. Just when Lionel was about to go all out with Lamorak, a familiar voice called out once again. Kralis and Imred were both demon lords ranked number 4 and number 2 respectively. Gawain and Lamorak both were knights of the Round Table. It could be said that Lionel's group for the third trial was among the strongest. To say that he was unlucky was a definite understatement. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. During the second round, he relied on himself to gain a perfect evaluation. However, he had been targeted during this third trial since his marksmanship gave him a great advantage. As a result, he had no choice but to get Little Blackstar's help. He should have known that by doing this, he would have given Lamorak the excuse he needed to target a fellow human. It was no secret to Lionel that the little mink was a dark elemental creature. He had expected Lamorak to use such an excuse. But what he hadn't expected was for the demons to also take the opportunity to target him. Surprisingly, the only one who didn't target him was Gawain. Yet despite this, Imred ranked above him in the end. This made Lionel several points more serious about the demon lords. It was clear that not a lot of them were as weak as the number 62 demon lord he took the life of just a few months prior. Lionel turned toward Imred, trying to catch his breath. The number 2 demon lord looked like a devil risen from hell. He stood 3 meters tall and had skin the color crimson. There were 2 horns that adorned his head. They pierced and curled upward menacingly, vibrating with a hidden, dark power. Imred's chest was completely bare and his lower half was covered by dark beast skins. He wielded 2 battle axes, one to each of his massive hands. Their blades seemed as large as his body, dwarfing him despite his size. Kralis was a demon of large size as well. However, rather than being red, he was covered from head to toe in deep black scales harder than steel. And, rather than wielding battle axes, he wielded a massive broadsword of over 3 meters in length. Whether it was the 2 demons or the 2 knights, all of them were looking toward Lionel. 3 of them had somewhat reluctant expressions. Only Gawain seemed to be expressionless. Lionel glared back at them all, his chest heaving up and down. He had already reached the point where just these few had no ability to pressure him any longer. Without another word, he stepped onto his small gray platform and soared back up. Big brother, are you okay? Lionel took a deep breath. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. Little Nana frowned at these words. She could tell from the tone of Lionel's voice that he wasn't as fine with these matters as it seemed. Towards such a reaction, Nana couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. What was it? Did he expect to not suffer a loss after being targeted by so many powerful beings? In fact, did he even really suffer such a loss? Wasn't he still first? However, Nana had no idea that the reason Lionel was so short and succinct wasn't because of this. Though it played a part, it wasn't everything. At the moment, Lionel had an uncomfortable, suffocating feeling in his chest. It was the kind of feeling he only felt due to Aina. For some reason, Lionel felt as though there was something wrong with Aina at this very moment. Yet, he was still years away from leaving these trial grounds. And even if he left right now, it would be impossible for him to find her immediately. This left him feeling anxious, so anxious that he didn't even think about why he was so certain these thoughts were reality. It was no wonder, then, that Lionel almost completely snapped just a moment ago. If it wasn't for the trial ending, there was no telling what he would have done in that moment. A pillar of gold descended upon Lionel. He had no choice but to discard any distracting thoughts he had. Even if he wanted to rush to Aina right now, he couldn't do so without strength. If he wasted this time, any small chance he had would just shrink all the more so. Star Force rotated within Lionel's body. As time passed, he felt his force growing more and more crystallized. Just a little more, and he'll be able to form my final nodes. Each recovery reward Lionel gained was worth 3 to 4 months of normal meditation. After 2 perfect recovery rewards in a row, Lionel had already managed to cover over half a year of meditation. With a few more rewards like this, he would be able to meet his goal. "Nana, come over here." A sudden voice sounded as Lionel opened his eyes. He didn't need to look over to know that it was Pope Margrave. Before Lionel could even react to the words, the first thing he noticed was Nana's imperceptible trembling. It was as though she was deep within a nightmare. Seeing Nana's hesitation, Margrave frowned. "Did you not hear me?" The dignity in his voice raised several levels. Despite the fact he didn't raise its volume, it felt as though his words were thundering in the little girl's ears, causing her blood to rush in reverse. Little Nana's hands gripped her chest. It looked like she would bend to the pressure at any moment. At this instant, the 8th round of the 3rd trial was beginning, but at least half of the remaining participants had suddenly turned their gazes toward their direction. However, no one could have expected Lionel's reaction. "I'm not in the best of moods right now, Pope." Scram. Chapter 293. Lionel wasn't a person who got pushed to anger easily. Even when he was oppressed several times by Camelot or even the powers he had been a part of in the past, being vicious with his words wasn't normally the route he would take. His usual response would be calm and collected, even to the point of bordering on inhumanly cold. But now, after swallowing several grievances, being targeted by the very people he was meant to save in this damned zone, and now seeing a little girl being so blatantly bullied before so many, he snapped. He looked toward the handsome Pope Margrave, his hair billowing beneath his own aura. Margrave's gaze narrowed. Though Lionel had called him Pope, it didn't carry a hint of respect. And, as if the disrespect wasn't enough, he actually told him to scram. Margrave remained silent for several moments. The motives for his actions were quite obvious. He was the Pope of the Church, while Lionel just revealed that his beast companion was a demon beast. How could he allow one of his own people to interact with such a man? Madrid looked over with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. There was even a hint of understanding and compassion within them, as if she understood Lionel's plight. But just as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared just as fast. Margrave didn't respond to Lionel directly and turned back toward Nana. "Are you sure this is what you want?" His words seemed to be hinting at something. Yet, only Nana herself seemed to understand. Everyone else was completely left in the dark. Little Nana's trembling grew fiercer. It became quite obvious to Lionel that this wasn't just a matter of being associated with him. While others might not know it, Lionel knew that Nana wasn't of this world. In a few years, this Pope would have no control over her life whatsoever. So, while others who heard their conversation assumed that the Pope was an elder advising Nana for the sake of her future, Lionel knew that she wouldn't react like this if it was just about that. Lionel stood up and stepped into the void that separated his and Nana's platform. It seemed like he was committing suicide for a moment. Yet in the next instant, he actually took a step on the air, shocking all those who were watching him. Of course, Lionel was using his treasure shoes to mimic such an effect, but the others had no way of knowing this. Little Nana was so shaken that she hardly noticed when Lionel had already appeared before her. If it wasn't for his shadow, she would have noticed anything at all. "Ah, do you want to leave here?" Lionel asked. Little Nana was speechless. If she could leave, wouldn't she have? What was Lionel saying? She was confused about exactly what was happening. "Do you?" Lionel pressed. "Why, yes, good." Lionel nodded. Then, he brought out the segmented cube and allowed her to enter. In one instant, there was nothing but a small gray platform and two youngsters. In the next, there was no one but Lionel standing outside of a large 5 by 5 meter box. In fact, the cube was so large that Lionel was able to step from it to his original gray platform without using his treasure shoes. Pope Margrave's brow furrowed. What was this supposed to accomplish? How could Pope Margrave know of the segmented cube's abilities? Entering it was like being disconnected from the world entirely. During the second trial, Lionel had had thoughts of entering the segmented cube, but something made him rethink doing so, and he asked the dictionary about it first. As expected, once he entered the segmented cube, he would be considered to have left the Merlin trials. If he did that, he would lose the right to fight for the 4 seasons rel comprehension. However, for someone like little Nana, this was perfect for her. She would no longer be restrained by the trials. But from now until the trials ended, she would have to remain within the segmented cube. There was no telling how the trial grounds would react to a dead participant suddenly coming back. Lionel landed on his own platform, his chest heaving slightly. This was the first time that his recovery didn't bring him back to 100%. However, this only made sense. He had directed all of the Star Force toward concentrating his force. In addition, for whatever reason, Lionel seemed unaware that he had already awakened the healing branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor. If not for this, how could he ever worry about his Botus condition? How could he ever have been put into such a sorry state just moments ago? It seemed that Lionel had truly been unconscious during the matters of that day. After landing, Lionel turned back toward the Pope only to see that the latter was already looking toward him. However, Lionel disregarded him the very same way he had once disregarded Lionel. This time, though, the Pope didn't seem intent on maintaining his silence toward Lionel. He sighed. "Are you not aware that your actions have made an enemy of all those here?" Lionel's footsteps paused. If it wasn't for his mood, he may very well have laughed at what he had just heard. He was a Lionel Morales. He was a man who, despite his modest upbringing, managed to gain the love and adoration of a school filled with nobles. Who among those who went to Royal Blue Academy didn't know his name? Who among them didn't respect him and have a good opinion of him? Even when he shamed himself and never missed a day of confessing to Aina, not a soul made fun of him for it, and they even encouraged him. Yet, after the world changed, everything seemed to change along with it. It seemed that no matter where he went or what he did, he would be hated, ostracized, and targeted. It was as though after the New World Order descended, his charisma, his kind heart, his warm nature, it all wasn't worth a single shit anymore. Thinking to this point, Lionel began to laugh, unable to hold it back. He genuinely laughed, finding it all to be very funny. "Then be my enemy," Lionel said after he finished laughing. He didn't say any other words, and his tone even seemed somewhat sad. But that was all. He didn't spare the Pope another glance. Less than 70% or more of those participating have gained animosity toward one trial taker, Lionel. Survival event triggered. 10 extra rewards for participant, Lionel. Chapter 294. Lionel's expression changed. This was the last thing he could have possibly expected to happen. However, after a while, he understood why such a thing would happen. The Merlin trials were set up with the utmost transparency. With the exception of hiding what happened within the special store, Everything else was laid bare for all to see. Whether it was one's performance and grade, or even the skills one chose to unlock, everyone saw it. Beyond this transparency, one could watch everyone battle. This was especially so in single-participant trials like Trial 1 and 2 had been. In that case, even when one waited to unlock skills after using a special store ticket, it was more likely than not that whatever improvements one made would become very obvious very quickly. As though this wasn't enough, everyone shared the same physical root skill tree. In addition, all those who used the same weapon shared the same weapon root and special root skill trees as well. This meant that even if one wanted to hide their skills and did a good job in doing so, the kind of skills one had unlocked could be deduced just by observing someone else with a similar weapon. What did this all come to mean? It essentially meant that this setup made it very easy to distinguish who was powerful and who wasn't, in addition to who was improving faster than others and who wasn't. In such a situation, a small group of individuals becoming the target of many was very possible. One could even say that it was inevitable. The only question was of when. Understanding this, Merlin would have definitely made some plans accordingly. Or maybe this was always Merlin's intention to begin with. It feels as though everything is suddenly moving quicker. Whether it was the sudden elimination round or this random event, both were triggered by something that should have only begun to happen much later in the trials. After thinking to this point, Lionel became several points more serious. Though the voice had said that he had 10x the rewards to claim, he knew that doing so wouldn't be so easy. Before Lionel could think anymore, he felt the world warp around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a familiar throne room. Except this time, rather than kneeling before it as he had done last time, he was sitting on its cushioned seat. King Arthur's throne room? Lionel frowned. He felt that this positioning wasn't much of a coincidence. After a sweep of his senses, Lionel realized that though he was within Camelot's castle, it was completely deserted. In fact, for as far as he could stretch his internal sight, he didn't spot a single person. Lionel was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't thought that he would gain something like that. This made things much more convenient for him. After a while, Lionel understood the random event. There was a flag in this very throne room. In fact, it was waving above the throne he sat on at this very moment. His role was to protect it, while the role of everyone else was to steal it. Lionel had to protect the flag for a single day. However, should the flag be stolen away, it only had to be protected by the opposition for 10 minutes. The only exception to this is if there was less than 10 minutes remaining to the end of the trial. In that case, they only had to protect it until time ran out. This essentially meant that the most dangerous time for Lionel to lose the flag would be in the final minutes. Of course, the reason Lionel wasn't in too bad of a position was because he could move the flag if he wanted to. The only restriction was that since the chosen location was Camelot, he couldn't leave the city walls. In fact, from Lionel's understanding, he had to stay within the core city's gates as well. However, this was still a large area. Run? Lionel's lips curled, a cold light suffusing his eyes. In order to participate in capturing his flag, Lionel's enemies had to pay 1 star point or 1,000 skill points. This way, most were filtered out. However, it also guaranteed that all who dared to do so would be elites. At the same time, the more who participated, the better his rewards would be. Yep. Little Black Star jumped up from Lionel's shoulders to the top of his head. Previously, the little guy had felt quite enraged about how Lionel was being treated and had even wanted to charge out to face their enemies directly. However, Lionel had stopped the little guy from doing so. Though the little mink was powerful, Lionel was sure Black Star was still an infant. He couldn't let him rush to his death like that. Yes. We'll get the back now. Giving an Earth Mage time to prepare their own terrain, they should expect to suffer a few losses. Leaving such an advantage to an Earth Mage was bad enough. But Lionel wasn't just an Earth Mage. He was an Earth Magus who also happened to be a Force Crafter. The moment Lionel had this thought, he began to use the over 3,000 skill points he had just gained without thought for conservation. The 30-minute timer ran its course. At that moment, several individuals turned their gaze toward the segmented cube Lionel had left behind. However, none of them had the ability to cross the skies like Lionel had. Or maybe some of them did, but had yet to unlock such an ability from the physical root skill tree and could only watch it. Unfortunately for them, there wasn't much time to think about just what this treasure was or how it worked. They were all given the same option. In that instant, several elites made their decisions and disappeared along with Lionel. When they reappeared, they found themselves within the walls of Camelot. The sun hung high in the sky. For them, who had been within the trial for the last few months, seeing such a sight was actually quite refreshing. But after a few moments, they grew serious. This wasn't the time to be losing themselves in thought. They had all spawned in random locations, stretched across the core city of Camelot. No two individuals could be found within 100 meters of one another. Now, they just had to make the decision of where to look for Lionel first. Luckily, they were all elites. The prerequisite to cultivate force was to grasp internal sight. Even if they all had varying degrees of how strong their own were, they all at least had internal sight capable of covering a few tens of meters. The more powerful of them could cover several hundred meters. The truth was that if Lionel wanted, he could hide himself from their search. After all, that was how he had escaped Camelot initially. He had been able to avoid Lamorac's detection and simply walked out. However, while he could he didn't feel that it was necessary. At least not for now. This was the perfect chance for him to gain slaughter points. By now, Lionel had learned the benefit of saving and not using his slaughter points immediately. From being worth 100 skill points, they were already worth 1,000. If he saved them well, the benefit could be imagined. As the elites looked for Lionel, they seemed to realize that this might have become more difficult than they originally thought. In a corner of the city, Red frowned. The action made his already sinister crimson features all the more so. He can hide from internal sight. This was the first thought the number 2 demon lord had. However, it wasn't a thought he wanted to confirm. If this was true, finding Lionel truly would be impossible. Red's expression changed, his twin battle axes trembling slightly as he seemed to realize something. He didn't immediately sense Lionel, but what he did sense was a faint fluctuation of magic. He looked toward the castle with a slight hint of shock. The reason he was shocked wasn't because the magic fluctuations were powerful, but rather because of their location. These fluctuations were actually coming from Camelot's castle. As a demon, he had never stepped foot so close to Camelot's core. However, he knew a castle when he saw one. The fact that these fluctuations were coming from the very center of this city, it can't be that Lionel hadn't been running and hiding like they thought. While Red was having these thoughts, so were many others. Surprisingly, neither King Arthur nor Modred had chosen to take part. In fact, Pope Margrave, who Lionel thought likely had the highest chance of taking action, hadn't moved either. That said, there were still some familiar faces. Aside from the crimson Red, there was the black-scaled Kralis and even the large-bellied Big Buddha. All at once, these three seemed to realize the very same thing. Big Buddha looked toward the castle with a dark expression. He had once had a great impression of Lionel. This was a youth that had saved many of their promising geniuses, after all. However, ever since Lionel said those words about the Slayer Legion, his opinion of Lionel had only plummeted day after day. These emotions reached their peak when he watched so many of their own die. Mountain, he was a youth that Big Buddha saw a lot of himself in. Mayfly, she was a cheerful little girl with a big heart, and had even been among those who wanted to take Lionel out of the Project Hunt Island. Yet, all of them had died here. It was Lionel's fault. Had he not been unreasonable and caused so much chaos, the Aderna family would have never grasped the chance to enter the zone, and their team would have been whole and complete. But because of his own selfish desires, he actually caused the death of so many. Big Buddha's gaze turned red, his steps causing the ground to rumble as he entered the castle before him. Chapter 295. Big Buddha frowned when he entered the castle. He immediately realized that there wasn't a single other soul. But, by his estimations, this didn't make sense. He most definitely wasn't the most powerful of those who had chosen to participate. By all rights, he logically shouldn't have been the first to reach this point. He suddenly felt like something was wrong. The cold stone beneath his feet, the eerie works of art that hung from the tall walls and windows, the night statues decorated with immaculate armor. It all felt too quiet, too disconcerting. Little did Big Buddha know that there were several individuals feeling the exact way he did. They all stood in the very same hall Big Buddha did, staring at the same eerie walls, feeling the same stifling weight on their chests, but none of them sensed the other. It was as though they were on different planes of existence, viewing the same things from a completely different perspective. Lionel sat within the throne room, coldly watching these events. He was both surprised and disappointed to see Big Buddha taking part. Others might not be aware, but weren't they both here to complete the same mission? What did he gain by targeting him like this? Lionel sighed and shook his head. He looked off blankly into the distance for a moment. This world, why was it like this? Something faint budded within Lionel's heart, but he wasn't in the mood to grasp it. He simply wanted this to end. Let's go, little Black Star. Lionel took a step forward and was suddenly shrouded by shadows. Zilly was a demon lord ranked number 19. He could be considered to have made a name for himself a long time ago. He had a hooked nose that seemed displaced from a large beaked bird and two sharp hawk-like eyes. What was most surprising about him, though, was the fact he was one of the rare bowmen who had chosen to take part in the trials. Zilly's steps were slow and silent. He crossed over one step at a time, leaving his body in a ready position to fire his knocked arrow in short notice. Just from his movement alone, Lionel could learn many things. It was clear that while Lionel's talent was several levels beyond his own, the one with more experience and training was clear at a single glance. Unlike Big Buddha, Zilly wasn't surprised by the fact he was the only one here. He was confident in his own tracking and sensory abilities. There were very few things that could hide from his hawk-like eyes. However, it was for this very reason that though he seemed cautious, he was the one with his guard the most lowered. In fact, he could even spare thoughts toward the kind of rewards he would gain for killing Lionel. Sure, the goal was only to capture the flag, but wouldn't the game end much quicker if he just killed his only opponent? Why waste 10 minutes running away if things could be ended so easily? Zilly licked his lips, revealing a long brownish-red tongue covered in bumps and sinkholes. It looked more like a piece of aged skin rather than someone's tongue. Out of habit, the tip of his tongue swung past his nose, picking at both his nostrils. "Hee, I can see you." Zilly suddenly spoke, his head whipping around in the direction he had sensed movement. But all he found was a corpse falling down toward him. Such a realization shocked him to the point that he hardly registered an arrow aimed through the body and toward his heart. In the end, Zilly was still a veteran of the battlefield. While it was clever to use a body to cover an attack, it was also inevitable that said attack would be slowed after passing through such an obstacle. This gave Zilly plenty of time to react. The hawk-nosed demon dove out of the way of the corpse, rolling along the ground before propping himself up on a knee. Without even standing up, he was already prepared to fire an arrow. Unfortunately, bang, the corpse exploded. A ram of metallic shrapnel barraged the number 19 Demon Lord. Zilly had focused his entire being on aiming his first shot. He had thought that Lionel's attack was finished the moment the corpse fell and didn't even bother to move away from it. Little did he know that the corpse that fell by his feet would be the true attack. An entire side of Zilly's face was bombarded by shrapnel, causing his already unpleasant features to become even more ghastly. Zilly's vision swam. He could already feel his consciousness slipping away as his body bled out. He never even got the chance to hit the ground when an arrow shot through his forehead. "You couldn't have at least checked if I was dead first." Zilly died with grievances. Though he had been hurt by the initial strike, it hadn't been to the point of dying so soon. He was severely injured, but as a demon, he could have fought another round or two before his life truly slipped away. Who could have expected that Lionel wouldn't even speak a word before sealing his fate completely? Any thoughts he had of luring Lionel into a false sense of security before counterattacking was completely disregarded as his eyes grew dull. At that moment, another demon was slowly exploring the castle, trying to find exactly where Lionel was hiding. His steps paused, his large body becoming frighteningly still. His nose tilted up into the air, a large pair of fiery red nostrils taking a deep breath. Blood, the demon's eyes narrowed. It could be said that Lionel's means were quite clever. Taking advantage of the fact his enemies didn't enter at the same time, he used a few illusions of the eyes and senses to separate them and deal with them one by one. He managed to isolate sight, hearing, and internal sight. However, he didn't manage to do so with scent. It wasn't necessarily Lionel's fault. A human wouldn't be able to pick up the scent of blood from so far away. In fact, not all demons had a strong sense of smell either. But it just so happened that Immerse did. Chapter 296. Lionel steadied his breathing. Not every battle had been as simple as the one against Zilly. Many were more cautious, and sometimes Lionel's plans didn't work out as perfectly as they did in his mind. But, regardless, Lionel had already gained 7 slaughter points, 5 of which came from demons, and the remaining 2 of which were humans. Now, there were only 3 left: Big Buddha, Immerse, and Kralis. Lionel felt that there were more who had entered this trial, but it seemed that their senses hadn't been sharp enough to come to the castle. This was already the best result possible. Lionel didn't want to make it too obvious that he was here. If he did, those who were powerful would realize that it was a trap. In that case, it was best to miss out of luring everyone if it meant capturing all of the big fish. Lionel took a deep breath. Of the 3 that remained, the weakest is Lionel's side. He had been subconsciously putting off confronting Big Buddha. In truth, several of those he had already killed were more powerful than the large-bellied commander. Lionel knew that he was still too soft-hearted, even now, but there was nothing much he could do about his own disposition. All of his kills up to this point were strangers or those he hardly knew. Big Buddha could be considered to be the first person he would kill that he had once had a decent relationship with. Even thinking this, Lionel felt silly. After all, this so-called decent relationship was just a matter of conversing with this larger-than-life man for a couple hours, if that. But Lionel still felt that it would cause a knot in his heart. Lionel closed his eyes and took another deep breath. He's trying to kill you. These were the only words Lionel whispered to himself. They were words no one else would ever hear, but he repeated them to himself again and again. Lionel's eyes remained closed for a long while as he calmed his heart. When they opened again, his calculating gaze had returned. Get ready, little black star. Lionel sent his thoughts over to the little mink. After unlocking perfect union, doing such a thing wasn't an issue. Though the little mink and him couldn't communicate in the truest sense, it was possible for them to understand each other's intentions as though it was their own. In a way, their ability to understand one another was even better than if they used words, and it was also much quicker as well. Lionel shot forward, his steps exceptionally light. One of the benefits this trial had given him was an understanding of movement. Lionel had never really considered its importance before. Originally, he had been entirely focused on just improving his movement speed. The restrictions within the trial were so great that he felt stifled. After all, ever since he awakened his snowy star owl lineage factor, speed had become one of his strong points. However, after unlocking the skills within his physical roots, Lionel began to realize that movement was more complex than he once thought. It wasn't always strictly about straight-line speed. In many ways, agility was even more important than pure speed. It wasn't just about speed, but how he fused a myriad of changes to his movement. Lionel was a marksman. It could be said that this was the path he was by far the most talented in. As a result, he knew how easy it was for him to hit a target with a predictable path. It was to the point where he would never miss such a target. But what if said target not only had speed, but also an enigmatic method of using it? When Lionel used his dream world to simulate such things, he realized that even without improving his power by much, if all he did was focus on his movement technique, his lethality was increased by 100%, if not more. Knowing this, Lionel realized two things. First, he realized that when he left this place, he should use one of his rewards on a movement-type technique. They were far more important than he had given them credit for. And the second thing was that he realized his best bet at this juncture was to pour all of his skill points into his physical root skill tree. All 30-20 of his previous earned points had gone exactly there. Lionel streaked across the castle, appearing where Big Buddha was in a flash. As though to stop himself from hesitating, he didn't pause for a single moment. With a single motion, his palm flipped, causing a corpse he had kept within his spatial bracelet to launch toward the large man. Big Buddha had long since grown impatient. He had been looking everywhere for where Lionel might be, but had found nothing. In addition, it was obvious that Lionel was fine, or else the random event would have come to an end already. Yet, all this time, he hadn't heard anything. He couldn't help but grow anxious. It was at the moment he was thinking of backtracking and leaving the castle entirely that he suddenly realized the same thing Zilly had just moments later. A corpse was coming toward him. Big Buddha's eyes widened. However, he managed to react reflexively. His palms were suddenly coated by massive energy. In the blink of an eye, that energy seeped into his flesh, expanding the size of his hands until they rivaled his massive body in size. On the surface, his ability seemed somewhat comical, but in practice, it carried a devastating power. Big Buddha slammed a palm forward, not holding back in the slightest. Bang! A shower of shrapnel assaulted Big Buddha. However, his palms were so large that his attack acted as a defense at the same time. Though bits of hard metal sank into his palm, a strong reflective energy blasted them away before he could suffer any real injury. Lionel, Big Buddha roared. He was completely enraged to the point of being irrational. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he had come here to kill Lionel. However, Lionel had already set his mind to the task. There was no way he would allow Big Buddha the time to rest, nor would he allow himself the time to hesitate and regret his actions. Anna had told him once before, to be kind to your enemies was to be unkind to yourself. Lionel pinched 2 arrows between 3 fingers, knocking them both at once, and activated the silver skill double shot. Shoo! Lionel's arrows twirled around one another in the air. At first, their spirals seemed separate, but in the next instant, they seemed to fuse, becoming a spinning corkscrew of force in the air. A large finger was severed before Big Buddha could react. It flailed in the air before dissipating the energy that formed it and hitting the ground at its normal size. Unfortunately for Big Buddha, Lionel's gaze remained cold and calculating. Lionel activated the silver skill hot streak, eliminating his cooldowns for the next 10 seconds. Then, he immediately activated the silver skill 5-prong net. He fired 5 arrows in quick succession, each curled in the air from 5 different directions, firing toward Big Buddha from 5 separate directions at once. Big Buddha panicked, swatting his 2 massive palms to the left and right, smashing apart 5-prong net before it could form. Unfortunately, that exposed his front. The silver skill shooting star activated. Lightning crackled and wind sliced. Lionel's gaze met Big Buddha's. Though his heart shook when he saw the fear and helplessness, his steady hand never wavered. Shoo! Lionel's expression suddenly changed. He retreated with his quickest steps, not forsaking his light elemental force for even a moment. A battle axe suddenly smashed down from his side. However, there was no owner behind it. It was clear that it had been thrown toward him. Had he not moved, his arms, which had just been holding up his bow, would have been severed. However, it was fine. He had already released the arrow. Regardless, Big Buddha would die. At least, that's what Lionel thought before a second variable appeared. A massive broad sword smashed into one of Big Buddha's palms, sending him flying to the side. Big Buddha slid along the ground in a sorry state. It was clear that whoever had saved him hadn't really cared about his well-being, because he seemed to be barely alive. It was as though their goal was to prevent Lionel from gaining more slaughter points rather than saving a comrade. Lionel's expression grew heavy. He recognized those two weapons. Umred and Kralis had managed to see through his maze of spells. Chapter 297. Lionel didn't have time to think about why it was that these two demons managed to find him. However, he realized one thing instantly. They had been stalking him. Before Lionel made the choice to target anyone, he first checked in on where everyone was. If they were too close to one another, he wouldn't even take the risk of attacking. All of the spells he had written could be walked directly through. There were no physical obstructions. As a result, crossing over from one region to another was not only easy, but seamless. This was how Lionel managed to maintain the illusion that his enemies were always alone. If there were physical obstructions, it would become too obvious too quickly that he was interfering with their senses. Once that happened, everything would be exposed. This was all to say that the last time Lionel checked on these pair of demon lords, they were several hundred meters away. Lionel was certain that he could kill Big Buddha in time. The only explanation for how they both made it here, so coincidentally, was that they were lurking and waiting for him to enter battle so that they could counter. Hot Streak is still active. Lionel's mind spun quickly. Since he dared to do this, how could he not have contingency plans? He just needed an opportunity to use them. Little Black Star. Lionel activated the silver skill double shot again. This time, he aimed for Kralis. He didn't really have any other choice. Since Umred had thrown over his axe, it meant that he was still a small distance away. Lionel didn't even bother to send his senses over to lock onto him. He only needed to deal with the problem in front of him. Kralis blocked the corkscrewing arrows with the flat of his massive broadsword, sliding back beneath the strength of the impact. Unfortunately for him, due to having to save Big Buddha, he was outside his own attack range. But all he had to do was hold on. Not only was Umred on his way, but he knew that Lionel couldn't quick fire at this rate indefinitely. This was definitely the skill Hot Streak. It would last at most 10 seconds. Lionel unleashed a barrage of arrows. All of them were simple, normal single shots. However, they were all reinforced, crackling with strong amounts of lightning. As he did so, he explosively retreated, not allowing Umred to surround him. It's done. Kralis shot forward, his broadsword trailing behind him like the tail of a flying kite. His black scales shimmered beneath the low light of the castle, bouncing off his body like droplets of water. His speed was unbelievably fast. Lionel couldn't help but wonder again how it was that Kralis and Umred weren't among the two who gained perfect evaluations for the first trial. But whatever the reason was, the pressure they could place on Lionel now, after benefiting greatly from the second and third trial, was enough to make his hair stand on end. Lionel's expression changed once more. Another sharp wind assaulted his back. Lionel didn't need to turn back to know that it was Umred's second battle axe. Lionel couldn't help but be shocked. Umred had actually thrown both of his weapons. With a firm plant, Lionel dove to one side. I timed it perfectly. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Lionel thought that Kralis would be obstructed by Umred's throw, allowing him a chance to slip away. However, a fleeting thought crossed a mind that made his expression change once again. He was certain that he had retreated in the opposite direction of where Umred's initial axe came from. So, how had another axe suddenly come from his back? Now that Lionel thought about it, he initially gave up on locking onto Umred with his internal sight because he couldn't immediately find him. Though his maze of spells was very helpful in separating his enemies and allowing him to deal with them one at a time, it also hindered himself. In order to circumvent this problem, Lionel used visual arrays that could project the happenings to him. That way he could maintain control of the entire situation, but Lionel clenched his jaw. Visual arrays are easily fooled. Lionel felt that he had stepped into a pile of shit. Who said demons couldn't use their heads? All of these thoughts flashed by Lionel's mind in a split second. He still had one advantage in all of this. His thinking speed was so quick that he saw through the plan of the pair of demon lords before it was even revealed. The more information he had, and the earlier he got it, the faster he could make adjustments. In that instant, the axe veered off course, curling around Kralis as though it had autonomy of its own. That's the silver special skill weapon control. Lionel understood what happened now. Umred had used weapon control to fake the direction he was truly in, essentially blocking off a lane of retreat for Lionel while leading him to where he really was. However, the real plan wasn't to hit him with his second axe, but to make him think that Kralis would be stalled, thus giving them time to pincer him. Umred banked on him being confused for just long enough not to realize that he was using weapon control, thus causing him to make an error in judgment. However, Lionel was ready. Rather than trying to escape like the two expected, Lionel fired an arrow from single knee, aiming right for Carla's head. The number 4 Demon Lord was stunned, not expecting Lionel to make such a choice. He had been preparing an attack to catch Lionel off guard this whole time. How could he also defend at the same time? Without an option, Carlos twisted his body, dodging to one side. However, it wasn't enough. Lionel was too close, and his arrows were simply too fast. Shoo! Shoo! An arrow ripped through Carlos' black scales, tearing into his collarbone and just barely missing Carlos' throat. In that instant, Lionel took the chance to explosively retreat once again, avoiding Umred's pincer. Lionel took deep breaths, his bow primed, and his arrow nocked. Beads of sweat fell from his brow as he watched Umred's battle axes float toward empty space. In the next moment, a large 3-meter-tall crimson demon with savage horns stepped out, crossing a spell wall Lionel had put up to appear. Chapter 298. Lionel steadied his breathing, his gaze narrowing. Had he been just a bit slower, he would have been forced to take on an attack from the front and the back simultaneously. Taking on such an attack from two such powerful individuals would be like asking for death. At the same time that Lionel was steadying his quickly beating heart, the 2 demon lords were looking toward him with exceptionally serious expressions. They didn't know if Lionel had lucked out or if he had seen through their plan in such dire straits. But if it was the latter, it was simply too monstrous. There weren't many who could remain calm in the midst of battle. But remaining calm and analyzing the situation so quickly was something straight out of a fantasy novel. There were those who could make appropriate actions like Lionel's on instinct honed through countless years of battle. But Lionel was simply too young to have cultivated a battle sense of that level. The little mink grew restless seeing these two. These were the same 2 demons that had been bullying Lionel during the 3rd trial. The moment the little guy recognized them, he bared his little fangs, growling. Though due to his small size, little Black Star's growling sounded more like the purring of a kitten than the prowling call of a predator. All right, little guy. Lionel smiled, somehow feeling more at ease after seeing Black Star's antics. Yep. Lionel's gaze became more serious as he looked back toward the 2 demon lords. No, let me fight them on my own for now. A small circle of wind surged around Lionel, his eyes becoming somewhat dull. Since he began these trials, he had yet to get a chance to test his own hypotheses. He originally wanted to see if it was feasible to use his dreamscape in place of his battle sense. What better opportunity was there than now? As his gaze became dull, the entire battlefield was projected into his dream world. A replica of himself stood, as did one of both Umred and Kralis. Everything before him was broken down into numbers and percentages. They flickered by his eyes like the words on a screen, his mind becoming faster and faster with each passing moment. The 2 demon lords suddenly felt their hair stand on end. They felt an overwhelming sense of danger for a moment, but they had no idea where it was coming from. Did this boy get help? But that was impossible. This was a trial set up by Merlin himself. Before the 2 could truly understand what was happening, Lionel took a step forward, firing a simple arrow. It was just a simple arrow, but Umred felt stifled. The step he had planned to take was suddenly cut off. He had no choice but to change his tactics midway. But the result was a taboo in battle. He thought too much about his next move. making his reaction slow. In the end, he could only hurriedly block with his two axes in a sorry fashion, stumbling backward due to his base not being solid. Kralis watched this happen with an incredulous gaze. At first, he thought that Lionel and Umred were teaming up to put a show. Could it be that Umred planned on using Lionel to get rid of him? He definitely didn't put such an action past the number 2 Demon Lord. After all, they were demons. Plotting, scheming, and backstabbing one another could be considered just another event of the day. However, in the next instant, he realized that it wasn't Umred scheming against him at all. He couldn't understand how a single arrow could put him into such a sorry situation. It had no flair, no complexity, there was hardly even any curve to it. It simply didn't make any sense. Kralis roared, swinging down his broadsword with all his might. But, due to the fact Lionel had shot through his collarbone earlier, he could only use a single hand, causing him to end up in an even sorrier state than Umred. Lionel's barrage was relentless. Even with Heat Streak being on cooldown, he had long since unlocked the Silver Skill Superior Quickfire, which cut his reload time to 0. 70 seconds. Such a small time wasn't enough for the 2 Demon Lords to recover. As though that wasn't enough, Lionel had already ungraded to the Silver Quiver. His quiver could now hold 50 arrows, and it could respawn 2 arrows every 20 seconds. In addition, this quiver had the added effect called Random Reload. There was a 10% chance of an already fired arrow reappearing within the quiver after being let loose. By Lionel's calculations, if he fired at his highest rate, he could expect Random Reload to activate 2 to 3 times every 20 seconds. This essentially meant that Lionel could expect 5 extra arrows whenever his quiver's respawn was ready. If he went all out, had 55 arrows to use in a single spurt. Maybe more if he got lucky. All of these thoughts and calculations spun by Lionel's mind, but they neither uplifted his mood nor diminished it. His entire focus was on the battle at hand, while Umred and Kralis were like 2 frogs in slowly boiling water. Lionel shot another arrow with every step he took. His imposing aura was no less than a mighty warrior. If it wasn't for the bow in his hands being so obvious, one would think he was wielding a halberd, brandishing it to taste the blood of his enemies. The moment the 2 Demon Lords lost the initiative, it was like they could never gain it back. Lionel seemed to perfectly see through their weak points, not allowing them a chance to regain their footing. And in that very instant, pung! Lionel activated Shooting Star, causing a light of panic to enter Kralis' eyes. He hurriedly blocked with his great sword, only to find he couldn't step as far back as he thought he could. All this time, he had completely forgotten that they were still within the castle walls. The pressure Lionel placed on them made them forget everything about their surroundings but him. He awkwardly blocked with his great sword, unable to get as much leverage as he was expecting. However, that was when something completely astonishing happened. Lionel's arrow skimmed off the side of Kralis' sword, changing its trajectory and appearing before Umred in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Demon felt his life flash before his eyes. He was still reeling from Lionel's last attack. It could be said that the only reason he survived until now was because Lionel had to split his attention between the both of them. How could he possibly challenge 2 attacks at once? He hurriedly tried to block with his 2 axes, but it was to no avail. He had never regretted choosing 2 such heavy weapons in his life. It had always been his pride and joy. But now he definitely regretted it. Phew! The arrow tore through Umred's chest, lodging into one of his beating hearts. Even though he had 2, they were both reliant on each other. With how large his body was, it was simply impossible to survive for long with just one. It was at that moment Umred saw Lionel take another step forward, his dull eyes flashing with thoughts of victory. It can't be. He predicted this? Monster, a crimson demon with the horns of a devil calling another monster. It was truly a great irony, but that was when the second unexpected thing of the battle occurred. Lionel suddenly stopped. Not only were Umred and Kralis confused, but even Lionel himself seemed to be confused as well. It was only after his dull eyes slowly regained their clarity that things began to make sense. Lionel's expressionless visage became flushed. Sweat began pouring down from his brow, and his steady breathing became heavy. His muscles twitched uncontrollably as though they had been overdraft, his mind and thoughts feeling languid and slow. Shit! Lionel had never expected for such a thing to happen. He had calculated everything, but he hadn't considered the possibility of his soul force running dry. All this time, he had never had to worry about such a thing. Even when he was casting 3-star Magus arts, it was child's play to him. How could he account for such a thing? He never thought that his greatest strength would actually fail him at such a crucial moment. The sound of clapping entered Lionel's ears at that very moment. Without the support of his soul force, his spell maze was severely weakened and collapsed in the next instant, allowing sounds he couldn't previously hear to reach him. Lionel's expression had already flushed and then paled beneath his fatigue, but it only got worse when he saw that the one clapping was Lamorak. Unknowingly, the battle within the castle had begun to inch outside. It was clear that the two demon lords had been doing their best to run. Lionel had already long seen through this, but he had also calculated that he would be able to kill them before they could leave the range of his spell maze and alert those who hadn't entered the castle. What he didn't expect was for Lamorak to be waiting outside the large doors of the castle. And not only was he waiting, but he had also gathered up a dozen men who had entered this capture the flag game with him. Chapter 299. Lionel breathed heavily, sweeping over the enemies before him with an expressionless gaze. Though he seemed to be in a bad situation, Lionel didn't feel like it was so. After all of his enemies were before him. He hadn't been surrounded and still had a lane to retreat. Lionel's gaze landed on Lamorak, measuring him up and down. He didn't bother to speak any words, as there was nothing he could say that could change the current situation. In a lot of ways, Lamorak and Big Buddha were incredibly similar. They were both die-hard supporters of their own individual ideals, one for the Slayer Legion and the other for Camelot. To them, the moment Lionel challenged their bottom lines, he was already deemed to be an enemy of theirs. To people like them, things were only in black and white. And even if they were aware that there might be a region of gray, they would rather stamp any instances of it to protect themselves from having to challenge their own ideals. Lionel didn't feel like wasting his breath on people like this. Lamorak was already willing to go all out to kill him. But the moment he saw the little mink in action, he felt as though all of his previous preconceptions were validated. This only made his fervor all the more great. Lamorak would never consider what he would have done had the little mink not been on Lionel's side. He was simply a hypocrite, the kind of person who only sought to confirm their own biases while ignoring all else. If Lamorak was any sort of objective, he would be considering why it was that a young man who could wield the light element would choose to side with a dark elemental creature. Logically, things shouldn't be as simple as they seem. But would such a fanatic consider such a thing? And even if they did, how seriously would they take it? Seeing Lionel's lack of a response to his grand entrance, Lamorak could only admit within his heart that he felt somewhat stifled. Surround him! Lionel shot backward, completely ignoring the advantage he had over the two demon lords. What good were slaughter points to the dead? In fact, Lionel had learned during the third round that slaughter points could be stolen upon death. He had no desire for his hard work to benefit someone else, and held even less of a desire to die. Unfortunately, just because he willed it to be so, didn't mean that his body would function as he wanted. He was in a state of complete exhaustion, causing his body to be sluggish and uncoordinated. The good news was that it was only his soul force that was completely drained. The force within his body was still ample and could be slowly converted into soul force, given enough time after being purified by the 2 stars of his 2-star constitution. However, where there was good, there was also bad. Soul force was what sustained Lionel's ability. Without it, his calculative abilities took a massive dip. His dreamscape became useless, and his internal strength couldn't be used to monitor his surroundings. In addition, soul force also represented the focus of the mind, even outside the use of Lionel's ability. Without it, his judgment and reflexes were impaired. Before, Lionel's coordination and reflexes used to be strengths of his stats, but now, they had plummeted by more than half each. Lionel nocked an arrow and fired, hoping to maintain the distance between him and his pursuers. He still had several contingency plans to use. He just had to make it to them. But he was completely astonished by what happened next. His arrow shot through the whistling wind, appearing before a charging human of Camelot in an instant. The young man in knight's armor froze, his body trembling as though he saw his life flash before his eyes. However, the sharp pain he had expected never appeared. Not only was he stunned, but Lionel was even more so. His arrow sailed, shooting into the ground and managing to land on the thigh of an unassuming mage who cried out in pain. However, Lionel was still in a daze. He missed. He never missed. Outside of the time Lionel took to get used to the recoil of 15th century guns within a mine tomb zone, he couldn't remember the last time he missed. Even during his career as a quarterback, unless it was a hit impeding his throwing motion, he had never missed his target. It was such a shock to Lionel that he almost paused his steps, not believing what he was seeing. It was at that moment Lionel realized that the drain of his spirit pressure affected far more than he thought it had. This is bad. Lionel was the only one who realized just how bad his situation was. Others thought it was simply normal if a bowman missed once in a while, not to mention the fact that Lionel's arrow had still technically hit target. But Lionel knew that if he stayed here for any longer, his situation would turn dire soon. Mages, Lamorak coldly commanded. Lamorak had waited here all this time. How could he not be aware of Lionel's potential escape route? He might have been more powerful than Lionel, but his main occupation was as a general. The importance of a general star to Camelot just might be greater than a 3-star magus despite the fact there was more of the former than the latter. However, one had to know that just because one had awakened a general star didn't necessarily mean theirs was at the highest level, nor did it mean it was necessarily serviceable. Even, it could only be said that Lamorak's was far beyond a normal level. A volley of arrows spells shots into the skies, falling toward Lionel like a rain of meteors. Arrows of earth, fire, wind, and water. It felt as though all the elements of the world were converging onto a single man. The surge of force was so great the front wall of the castle collapsed, widening the doorway until it was dozens of meters across. Little Black Star. Lionel grit his teeth. He knew this move took a lot out of the little guy, but he had no choice. Most of the spells he had prepared in advance had collapsed after his soul force ran out. And obviously, he had no ability to cast anymore. The little minx stood on his 4 little paws, latching onto Lionel's hair. He growled, his hair standing on end until he seemed to double in size. Just when Lionel was about to be completely overwhelmed, his body was suddenly covered by a thin layer of black fog. Shoo! The violent fluctuations of magic shot through him completely, shattering the ground beneath him and leaving the ground of the castle in shambles. Chapter 300. Charge! Lamorak watched coldly as Lionel was completely enveloped by a swarm of spells. He was so invested in the death of Lionel that the irony was completely lost on him. Between Lamorak and Lionel, there were still the number 2 and number 4 demon lords. Not only were they both there, but they were both still heavily injured. It could even be said that they were on their last breaths, with Imred being in the far worse condition. Imred had at most a few more minutes to live with one of his 2 hearts pierced through. Not only was he bleeding out, but even if that wasn't the case, a single heart wasn't enough to sustain his massive body. By his side, Kralis wasn't in as bad of a position, but he was still originally weaker than Imred to begin with. In addition, he could only use a single arm with limited use of the other after Lionel shattered his collarbone. To this point, Lionel hadn't done a single thing to harm Camelot. In fact, aside from killing some humans who entered this capture the flag game to target him, all of his kills to this point had been committed against demons. Not once had he actively targeted humans. Yet, here was Lamorak, a supposed great knight of Camelot, ignoring two demon lords right before him for the sake of taking down Lionel. Maybe in his mind this was still justified. Before Modred appeared, there had always been demons and humans. However, it was only after Modred organized demons and gave them strength and intelligence that they truly became dangerous. To Lamorak, Lionel was another potential Modred. Not only that, but he was a man. As a man of this medieval era, Lamorak still subconsciously placed more emphasis on the role of a man. To him, not only would Lionel become another influence like Modred, but he would become something even more dangerous. This went beyond just the fact Modred was a woman. Others might not be aware, but Lamorak was keenly aware that Modred was King Arthur's daughter. It was precisely due to this tightly held secret that the relationship between their king and queen had been somewhat estranged in the past decade. Due to this relationship, Modred always had some reservations dealing with Camelot. If not for this, maybe things would have gotten out of hand long ago. However, did Lionel have such ties? Not only did he not, but his future was almost ruined by Camelot, if not for him taking matters into his own hands. Such a threat to Lamorak was even higher than two top 4 demon lords. By Lamorak's calculations, Lionel was likely not dead, but he was most definitely severely injured. It was the best time to surround him now. The Knights of Camelot charged into the billowing dust, completely ignoring the two demon lords. With Lamorak's senses locked onto them, they didn't dare to make any rash movements against the people of Camelot, or else they knew that this small reprieve they had gained would shatter. They all knew that the quality of elite warriors Camelot had was greater than them as demons. This was the reason they could survive despite being so outnumbered. Even at full health, they might not be a match of Lamorak. However, exactly what no one expected to happen occurred at that moment. Streaks of darkness shot out from the cloud of dust. Though they were faster than most eyes could follow, they came in sets of 3s, as though a creature of the darkness had torn space apart with their claws. The front line of knights completely collapsed. Those that didn't die had their armor collapse and their bones broken. Those that were more unlucky were torn in half, their bodies erupting into a rain of blood and gore. At that moment, Lionel shot out from the back of the crater, using it as cover to escape as quickly as he could. The little mink no longer had the strength to cling to his neck or his hair. Lionel could only hold the little one in his arms, careful not to harm its fragile little body. In the instant before those magic arrows landed, the little mink had taken Lionel into his shadow world. Though it was very easy for the little mink to enter that land as it pleased, making him immune to attacks. Taking someone else with him was enough to drain more than half of the little guy's stamina. As though that wasn't enough, the little mink had to send out its most powerful attack an instant later. Little Black Star had given Lionel all he had. Lionel couldn't ask for any more. This was the most important reason Lionel had been hesitant to use the little guy to now. Black Star was still an infant. Not only were his actions quite childish, but his stamina was still lacking. Lionel felt terrible even asking this much of the little guy. Lionel ran with all he had, charging out and putting distance between him and the others. He couldn't use his light elemental force at the moment. Unfortunately, he learned another important use of his soul force in that moment. The embryo of Lionel's light elemental force was within his ethereal glabella. In order to communicate with it, he relied on a basal amount of soul force. Without soul force, he couldn't communicate with it, and thus couldn't use his force-strengthening deviations. Lamorak's expression changed. Was it a final attack on his last legs? From his vantage point, Lamorak couldn't see Lionel through the cloud of dust. To make matters worse, since he had used his senses to lock onto the two demon lords so that they couldn't act, he hadn't spared any internal sight toward Lionel. By the time he clenched his jaw and removed a strand of his senses to look toward Lionel, he realized that There was actually nothing in the crater. He didn't have time to guess about how Lionel had done it. He completely abandoned his command, charging forward personally. The difference in speed was striking. Lionel might have his normal force, but with his coordination lacking, his speed suffered a 10% drop. In addition, without his light elemental force, he didn't have access to his usual speed either, making matters even worse. Under normal circumstances, Lamorak wasn't a match for Lionel in speed at his current peak. But now, Lamorak shrouded his forward path with his senses, searching for Lionel. Without his soul force, Lionel had no ability to hide himself from detection. It took no more than a few seconds for his position to be locked onto. Lionel continued to charge as though he didn't realize he had been found. I can make it. At this current speed it should take. Lionel furiously shook his head. Without his ability, he couldn't even finish calculations that used to be as easy as breathing for him. Lionel began to wonder if his ability had become a crutch. Lionel grit his teeth. He didn't have the mind space to waste for errant thoughts. He had only one goal, to make it to his destination. As long as he did, he could ride out the rest of his trial. While his other spells had dissipated, there was one that hadn't. Teleportation arrays were magic arts specially designed to be autonomous from their creator's soul force. If not for this, how could Camelot rely on them for transport? This was Lionel's last and final contingency plan. He just had to make it. Boy, accept the punishment for your crimes. Lamorak's roar felt as though it was just over Lionel's shoulder. Had Lionel still been able to use his internal sight, he would realize that Lamorak was less than 200 meters away. With their speed, such a distance could be covered in barely 10 seconds, if that. Lionel couldn't afford a pause. I'm close. Lionel shot through the corridors, reaching the hallway that acted as the final stretch to the throne room. It was at that moment, just as Lionel rounded the final corner, that he felt a mighty force suddenly slam into his body. The air was completely knocked out of him. He felt his bones quake and his inner organs tremble. With the sturdiness of his body, after awakening his metal synergy lineage factor, wasn't enough to severely injure him. But in his current weakened state, it was enough to send him flying backward, skidding along the ground and toward the one enemy he was running with his everything from. He only barely had time to protect the fragile little mink in his arms. Lionel couldn't use his internal sight, but he vaguely saw a massive palm through his swimming vision. And behind the massive, larger-than-life palm was a severely injured Big Buddha. Chapter 3:01. Lionel groaned, trying his best to stand. He felt his mind spinning. The thumping pain in his mind had been slowly growing since his soul force ran dry. After getting knocked away by Big Buddha, it seemed to have dampened his pain threshold, making it feel as though someone was constantly hammering his head. Lionel stumbled to his feet. In one arm, he held onto the little mink, and in the other, there was nothing. His bow was too heavy. How could he continue to carry it as he ran? Plus, with the current state of his mind, there was no guarantee that it would even be useful to him now. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for someone like Big Buddha to catch Lionel off guard. But these weren't normal circumstances. He truly couldn't believe that a half-dead Big Buddha would rather risk his life and drag up his last bit of strength to push Lionel back toward Lamorak. Was he really that hateful? Was he really so much of an eyesore to this man he once respected? Lionel coughed violently. Luckily, no blood came out, but his body felt uncomfortable all over, and no place felt more so than his heart. He was caught between shock, despair, and rage. The emotions swelled up within his chest to the point it felt his torso might burst at any moment. At that moment, Big Buddha that had been standing before Lionel fell to one knee, weakly gasping for breath. Blood leaked from his lips as his massive hands shrank down once more. It seemed that he had used up the last of his strength, sending out that final attack. Big Buddha didn't really understand the situation. His actions weren't so planned as one might think. He only barely managed to lock onto Lionel with his senses and decided to launch a counterattack with everything he had left. Of course, he could vaguely tell that Lionel was running from something. Being able to obstruct Lionel gave him a faint satisfaction, even as his body seemed like it might collapse at any time. At that moment, Lionel already knew it was too late to keep running from Lamorak. Not only did he need to reach the teleportation pad, but he needed at least a 1 to 2 second delay between the time he reached it and Lamorak's appearance. It was such a small time requirement, yet it felt worlds away at this point. Just a single action of Big Buddha's had brought all of that crumbling. Lionel clenched his jaw, turning his gaze back toward Lamorak's figure. As though realizing the situation, the latter had long since stopped running. He walked with a calm pace, closing the rest of the distance between him and Lionel in what seemed like the blink of an eye. It wasn't long before he was standing just 5 meters from Lionel. Whether it was due to caution or another reason, Lamorak didn't move to kill Lionel immediately. He still had no idea how Lionel had dodged the barrage of arrows previously. In fact, even taking a larger step back, Lamorak wasn't exactly sure what happened between Lionel and the 2 demon lords. His instincts told him that Lionel was a spent force. However, he still remained hesitant. To be able to push 2 top 4 demon lords to the brink of death, Lamorak could only admit that this was something he couldn't have done so easily. Could it be that Lionel was actually more powerful than him? It was a thought that had wormed its way into Lamorak's heart. It made him approach the situation differently than he would have in the past. It seems your actions have given you enemies everywhere. Lionel didn't respond to these words. The act he had put on in Camelot was one thing, but this was the true Lionel. He had no intention of throwing a temper tantrum for the man before him. No matter how wronged he felt, no matter how unfair it seemed, he had nothing to say. He stared toward Lamorak as though waiting for his next action. Lamorak's eyes narrowed. It seemed that he too realized that the Lionel of before had been nothing more than an act. The truest form of Lionel, the one where he could cast off his fears and face the trial ahead with his everything. That was the Lionel before him. A stifling pressure exuded from the young, 18-year-old boy. Beneath it, Big Buddha felt stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Lionel flipped his palm, using his internal sight sparingly to communicate with his spatial bracelet and bring out the dictionary. Lamorak took an involuntarily step backward, believing that this might be a trump card. How could he know that it was nothing but a walking encyclopedia? From what Lamorak knew, only the treasures of Merlin worked within the trials. So how could he think that the small silver disc in Lionel's hand was anything but lethal? What's the fastest way for me to replenish my soul force? Lionel's sudden words stunned Lamorak. Asterisk ping asterisk, replying to seed, dimensional cleanse. Hearing these words, Lionel came to a certain understanding. His spirit always skyrocketed after cultivating dimensional cleanse. This was especially so after forming his 1-star and subsequent 2-star constitution. Those benefits had become less obvious after awakening his snowy star owl lineage factor's wisdom branch. But that didn't change the fact. In fact, when Lionel first chose dimensional cleanse, his purpose was to find a technique that could help him capitalize on his ability. Back then, his exact words to Uncle Montez had been, "I felt this one could help improve my ability." I had already chosen before I knew its name. The moment he laid eyes on dimensional cleanse, it felt as though it was calling out to him. The only unfortunate part was that the technique was incomplete. Back then, he only had a Tier 9 black reward to exchange for it. How could he trade for the whole of dimensional cleanse? Lionel suspected that there were even abilities of his 2-star constitution that he was unaware of even now. Now that Lionel thought about it, he shouldn't have been able to trade for Little Tolly with a Tier 9 black reward either. Yet, Uncle Montez had still given the little guy to him. He had been ignorant back then, but how could he still be so? What if dimensional cleanse was the same? A reward he shouldn't have been allowed to lay hands on. Yet Uncle Montez bent the rules in his favor. Lionel closed his eyes. He didn't have soul force, and his ability had entered a state of dormancy. As a result, he could no longer split his mind toward different tasks. He was no different from a normal human with an abnormally strong body. If he circulated dimensional cleanse, now he could focus on nothing else. If he was distracted for even a moment, he could suffer backlash and cripple himself. Lionel clenched his jaw. With his eyes opened once more, he looked toward Lamorak with a piercingly cold gaze. Violent winds suddenly shot up around him as all the force within several hundred meters surged toward him in full force. Chapter 302. Lamorak's expression changed. He didn't know what soul force was. It was a completely foreign concept to him. He had no idea that what Lionel called soul force was the very same spirit pressure he had known all his life. This had been deliberate on Lionel's part. Without understanding what was going on, Lamorak only became more hesitant, allowing Lionel a few extra precious seconds. To the current Lionel, every single one of these moments mattered. Still, it was just for a few seconds. Lamorak wasn't a fool. He knew whatever was happening now would inevitably help Lionel, even if he didn't know what soul force was. If he kept hesitating because of the unknown, the role of predator and prey might flip right before his eyes. Ultimately, he was a veteran general of countless battles. The one thing he didn't lack was decisiveness. Without hesitation, a fiery red and dense force shot up around him like flickering flames. He reached toward his back, pulling a massive, blunt, and cylindrical mace from its holster before shooting toward Lionel. He put his everything into this strike, not holding back in the slightest. He put so much power into his attack that the sturdy polearm of the mace bent into an elegant arc, whistling through the air with an opposingly grating sound. Bang! Lamorak was stunned. This time, it wasn't because he missed or that Lionel managed to find a way to evade. Lionel hadn't moved a single inch. His brow didn't twitch, his fingers didn't tremble, his cold eyes didn't waver even as the mace smashed into his body, sending him flying into the sturdy walls of Camelot's castle. Lamorak couldn't help but watch on with a speechless expression. What just happened? Was Lionel suicidal? He knew himself just how much strength he had put into that strike. It was more powerful than any attack he had used against Lionel during their first battle. Back then, Lionel couldn't even take on a casual strike of his. That alone had been enough to fracture Lionel's bones. In truth, Lamorak had been stunned even back then. After all, a normal person would have been blasted into a cloud of gore after one of his strikes, let alone the fact Lionel hadn't been wearing any armor. However, that was all. Besides being somewhat stunned, it wasn't enough for him to lose his mind. This time, Lionel was also not wearing any armor. How could he possibly survive? Lamorak sighed a breath of relief. It was finally over. Just when Lamorak wanted to relax completely, he suddenly realized that the violent surge of internal strength was still spiraling. In fact, now that he wasn't panicking, he was stunned by just how much there was. It couldn't be that Lionel was trying to meditate. Wait, no. How could a single person's meditation cause such a thing? Lamorak looked toward Lionel, who had cracked apart the walls of the castle. A spider web of shattered stone hung around him. But those cold eyes were still there. His gaze never left Lamorak. They didn't flicker with pain or anguish. They remained completely emotionless as force continued to seep into his body. The force entered his ethereal glabella, causing the two stars within his ethereal glabella to begin to slowly spin once more. It was so slow that it was difficult to tell that they were moving at all. At this pace, it would take several days just to complete a single rotation. Yet, Lionel was still persisting. Lamorak's gaze flashed with a savage light. He charged toward the wall, raising his blunt mace and smashing it down. Lionel didn't raise his hands to block or take any measures to move. In fact, the only reason he was staring down Lamorak wasn't in some act of overly confident display of force while he himself was in a sorry situation. Lionel was only human. No matter how much he willed it, It was impossible to ignore a momentary spike in pain, as though he was made of iron. His only choice was to pause his circulation of dimensional cleanse right before Lamorak hit him. Only like this could he ensure he didn't suffer any backlash. However, without internal sight, he could only rely on his eyes to monitor Lamorak's movements. He had no choice but to do this even if Lamorak saw it as a form of defiance. Unfortunately, that was exactly how Lamorak saw it. Every time he put his everything into a strike, he would find Lionel's gaze looking back at him as though nothing had happened. Bang! 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 The bones and flesh across Lionel's body shattered, splintered, and bled. If it wasn't because he reached the standard state, allowing his current body to match the weak state when his runes were activated, he would have long since been beaten into a meat patty. Lionel was truly barely holding on. Being forced to pause his technique at the instant Lamorak hit him only made everything worse. An already slow process only became slower. His 2 stars were slowly picking up speed, but with the pain racking his body, it felt to Lionel as though the time would never come. Lamorak's gaze was completely bloodshot. He reached forward, picking up Lionel by his throat. His arm bulged, slowly squeezing the life out of Lionel. Even as his face turned red, Lionel continued to stare at Lamorak. From this close, Lamorak felt as though a winter storm was brewing around him, causing goosebumps to run up his tan skin. Lionel couldn't have been in a sorrier state. His limbs were bent into awkward angles, his chest had bloomed into an open cavity of shattered bone and organs, as though a crimson rose, and his blood dropped to the floor like a savage rain. He had never been in such pain in his life. What held him together wasn't a deep sense of pride or responsibility, but simply the will to live. The shame of giving up on his own life still weighed heavily on his soul. Whether consciously or subconsciously, he refused to feel that same shame again. Yet, his gaze made Lamorak feel as though he was the one suffering such severe wounds. Maybe the only good things about Lamorak's crazed gaze was that he didn't have the presence of mind to turn any of his rage toward the little mink Lionel had tossed away to a far-off corner. Chapter 303. Lionel's legs hung weakly in the air, his face slowly turning red as Lamorak's hand clamped down on his throat. It felt as though his whole body was washed by pain. It was an endless torrent that rammed through his senses like a tsunami, crashing through his mind in a repetitive, infinite cycle. In his current state, lasting without oxygen for tens of minutes at a time, though difficult, wouldn't be impossible. However, having one's throat clamped down wasn't just about oxygen. It was also about blood flow. Lionel felt his head becoming light. The pounding headache he had earned himself after his soul force ran dry was only getting worse. Yet, maybe in an odd twist of fate, he could just barely ignore because its level of pain was nothing compared to what was happening to the rest of his body. Lamorak became irrationally enraged, staring toward Lionel's unwavering gaze. Whether it was consciously or subconsciously, he felt as though all of his actions were being judged. It was impossible to tell whether he knew he was in the wrong, but all that was important was that he didn't like having to question himself in this way. A roar escaped his lips as he slammed Lionel into the already cracked walls. The result was Lionel's already slipping consciousness swirling once more. Lionel found it difficult to tell which way was up and which way was down. The whole world seemed to swim. He only barely managed to hold on to 2 thoughts. One was the circulation method of dimensional cleanse, and the second was the start and stop timing of the circulation. He knew it was the only way for him to survive. He just needed his soul force to recover. It seemed so close, and yet so far at the same time. At some point, the pain began to numb his body. But was this a good thing? Pain was a sign of life. So what was numbness a sign of? Lionel clenched his jaw, weathering the storm of Lamorak's rage. Just a little more, just a little more. Lamorak's grip tightened around Lionel's throat even more as though trying to twist his head off. However, He found his actions no different from trying to squeeze a thick metal pole. When he looked at Lionel's body, though his flesh was beaten and battered, along with his bones being broken in several places, it all seemed far too shallow for the punishment the Grand Knight had inflicted onto him. Any other person would have been beaten into a pile of mush by now, but why was Lionel still in one piece? Why was his neck so sturdy? Was he really made out of metal? The more Lamorak thought, the more panicked he became. He had never run across something like this in his lifetime. To have someone allow him to go all out to kill them, yet to actually be unable to do so even after so much time had passed. The more blows Lamorak landed, the more his panic set in and fused with his rage. He felt as though the longer this went on, the more dangerous his situation became. Die, die, die. Lamorak completely lost his composure. The calm knight of the Round Table had somehow become a madman. It felt to him that as long as he could kill Lionel, then it would all be justified. Those judgmental eyes, he didn't want to see them anymore. He didn't want to have to face the consequences of his own choices. It was quite an ironic turn of events. When Lamorak first met Lionel, it was the latter who had lost his mind. Lionel had reacted inappropriately to the situation due to something influencing his mind. Maybe had he not reacted that way, things might have traveled down a different path. And now, it was Lamorak who had lost his cool. Lionel didn't know how much pressure Lamorak had been under in these past few months. It was his suggestion that turned Camelot against Lionel. Though it didn't seem like it on the surface, this affected the trust between him and King Arthur. Of course, when one was having internal struggles, they had to show a united front to others. But internally, the struggles would continue. Lamorak could tell that the trust between him and King Arthur had broken. The man he had sworn to follow his whole life no longer looked at him the same. Not only had he alienated such a talent, but he had also been the one monitoring Lionel during his escape. He had to fix it. If he couldn't kill Lionel, he would never be able to. Lamorak dragged Lionel's face across the stone walls, throwing him with all his might. Big Buddha watched as Lionel's body fell like a rag doll beside him. A light, satisfied chuckle left his lips along with a steady drizzle of blood. He couldn't even lift a finger to kill Lionel, even though he was right before him. Judging by Lamorak's struggles, even if he was in peak condition, killing Lionel would be too difficult. That said, that didn't change the delight he felt. For him, dying for the Slayer Legion cause was only natural. He had prepared himself to die for the Slayer Legion long ago. Taking down a future enemy of their rebel army before his own death made everything worth it. He had something to raise his head and be proud about. "This is what you deserve," Big Buddha wheezed out with the last of his strength. Even though his kneeling position wasn't much different from Lionel, who lay on the ground, he still stood above, loftily casting judgment he believed the latter deserved. At that moment, Lamorak had rushed over, raising his blunt mace above his head. A fiery chi shot around him, rising around his body and piercing toward the ceiling above. Bang! Lamorak didn't pause, not even sparing a glance toward Big Buddha, who had gotten sent flying beneath the air pressure of his strike. He rose his mace again, swinging down with all his might. Bang! Ha ha ha! Big Buddha slid down the wall he smashed against, his laughter resounding through the halls of the castle. Yes, it was all worth it. All of it was worth it. Bang! Lionel's body was like a small boat in a raging storm. The only thing he clung onto was shame. It wasn't a shame he felt now, but rather one from months ago. Not again, never again. Even if he died here, it wouldn't be due to lack of trying. Clang, clang, clang. The surging winds around his black-chained spear grew more resounding. They had already shifted violently beneath his choice during the first elimination round. But now, it was even more active, as though trying to make its presence known. Bang! Lamorak's chest heaved. He had been giving it his everything. He had never regretted choosing a blunt weapon in his life. Yet, for maybe the first time he was. If only he had a sword, an axe, a blade of any sort. Would he be in this situation now? It was quite ironic. Just moments before, wasn't Imred lamenting his choice of weapon too? Maybe, just maybe, it had nothing to do with the weapon at all. Lamorak roared, his muscles bulging as he raised his blunt mace with two hands, his aura towering. From below, Lionel looked on, his blood having fused with the cracked ground around him. No matter what happened, he seemed to stare toward Lamorak endlessly. He didn't say a word. His lips were splintered and cracked, yet he held them sealed. The slow rotation of his two stars had become much faster. As though pulling at chains that had held them down, the rotation only increased with each passing moment. Bang! Chapter 304. Lionel didn't regret his actions earlier. His regret had become a recurring event with him. He would make a mistake, acknowledge it, then move on. Over time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again, but that wouldn't stop him from making more and continuing to regret them. For all intents and purposes, this was another mistake. Lionel didn't consider the fact his soul force could ever run out. This was only natural. He had become so used to using his soul force with impunity, he didn't even think reaching his limit was possible. It seemed impossible to him. After all, he had a mind with the capacity of a fifth-dimensional entity, even if he was lacking in the power. Running out of strength while battling within the third dimension would seem ridiculous to anyone. However, this was the reality before Lionel, yet he didn't regret it. In fact, it was something that filled his heart with anticipation and fervor. The power his dreamscape battle sensibility gave him was something he could have never imagined. He toyed with the lives of two demon lords. Even if it was Lamorak before him, he would have been able to force the Knight of the Round Table into a corner as well. Lionel was certain of this. It was a power he created himself. It wasn't something he was born with like his metal synergy or his spear domain lineage factor. He had built it with his own two hands. There was something about this that filled him with pride. He had earned it. It was his. Whatever consequences might come with it, he would take. And why not? It was his. Maybe the reason Lionel felt this way was because these emotions were in such sharp contrast to his shame. These thoughts had been floating within Lionel's mind for so long already. How many times had he been lucky to survive? Lionel still remembered the conversation he had had with Roaring Black Lion within the Hive Cave. He might have had very few interactions with Roaring Black Lion, but that one in particular resonated with Lionel. The new world older seemed to make the pains of the past worse. The bat of human nature seemed to have been peeled back like a festering wound, open to being damaged more and more with every passing moment. Lionel realized how lucky he was to be in his position, whether it be the talent passed down to him by his parents or the odd twists of fate that had allowed him to keep his life until now. His dreamscape battle sense was one of the first things that wasn't just luck. Sure, his ability was gifted to him, but how he used it was built with his own hands. That budding feeling within his chest seemed to grow. With every strike Lamorak landed on him, these thoughts only reaffirmed themselves. This pain that he was suffering now, was it worth it? Bang. Was it still worth it now? Bang. How about now? Were you still proud? Did you still hold your head high? Are you not willing to beg for mercy yet? Bang. It was a repetitive cycle. The whistling wind, Lamorak's roar, the sound of metal meeting flesh, big Buddhas, cackling laughter. It was all imprinted within Lionel's heart. Even he didn't understand what this budding feeling was or what it represented. Maybe that was just how human nature was. People thought about inexplicable things at inexplicable moments. They felt ways they couldn't explain and ignored what might have been logical at any given instant. However, there would come a day where Lionel understood, even if it wasn't now. For now, though, he felt a welling sense of pride, because at least this time, he hadn't given up. Lamorak raged, his mace swinging down with everything he had. He lost himself in his emotion. He didn't hear the sound of his weapon connecting. He couldn't feel it either as his arms grew numb. He couldn't even hear the sound of Big Buddha's laughter. All he saw was Lionel's gaze. That empty, calculating gaze as his body was slowly being beaten into the ground. At that moment, a massive crater had appeared within the castle. As Lamorak pounded down, He sunk further into the crater along with Lionel, not caring for what might happen to the foundation of Camelot. By this point, many of the warriors he had been commanding had long since caught up. They watched this scene with astonished gazes, not knowing what they should be doing. But Lamorak didn't notice them either. All he saw was that gaze, those two pale green eyes. They seemed to be the only part of Lionel's body left untainted by blood. Then, he swore. He swore he saw those two eyes smile. Grand, heal! Lionel's voice cut through the whistling wind. At that moment, the situation changed. A blinding surge of light encased Lionel, repelling Lamorak back several feet. Grand heal! Lamorak didn't believe what he had just heard. In the whole of Camelot, there were only two people who could use this spell, each more respected than the last. One was Pope Margrave, and the second was the man he respected the most in this entire world, King Arthur. It was a 3-star Magus art on a completely different level than Minor Heal. In fact, it was so difficult to cast that it was even set apart from other 3-star Magus arts. The reason this art was so difficult to cast was because not only was it a healing spell, but it was simultaneously a defense spell. Upon activation, the spell would give off a massive push force field, forcing any enemies in the vicinity back. Even Lamorak was blasted back tens of meters before he could even react. By the time he realized what was happening and charged forward again, his visage coated with a savage expression, it was already too late. Lionel slowly stood from the crater, his clothing in complete tatters. His movements were slow, yet they held an undisguised strength behind them. His sturdy, bronze skin shone through the tears in his robes, giving him a wild, untamed appearance. In the past several months, Lionel's hair had grown uncontrollably. Plus, due to the fact it was as sturdy as thin filaments of metal now, it was simply too much of a hassle to cut. By now, it was already approaching the small of his back, completing his unrestrained look. With a flip of his palm, his bow appeared. Even without an arrow knocked, Big Buddha's laughter came to a grinding halt, and those warriors who were in the surroundings involuntarily took a step back. I hope you have fun, Lionel said indifferently. It's my turn now. Chapter 305. Lionel didn't wait for Lamorak's response. He had already taken a step forward and knocked his first arrow. Bronze runes lit all across his body, a halo of violet bronze hanging above his head. At the same time, a crown etched itself across his forehead, making him look no different from a holy king. This experience taught Lionel something very important. His soul force stamina wasn't just about the amount of soul force reserves he had, but also about how quickly he was able to replenish it. The slow spinning of his 2 stars wasn't meaningless. At all times, they were siphoning force from the surroundings and converting it into soul force for his use. The reason he had ended up in such a sorry state before was because he had used up his soul force faster than his constitution could replenish it. Once his soul force dried up, the power balance of his ethereal glabella broke, causing his stars to lose their impetus to spin. As a consequence, he needed far more soul force to allow them to begin to spin once more. However, the instant they began to move once again, Lionel didn't have to wait for the rest of his soul force to recover. He could entirely rely on his stars to replenish his spirit pressure faster than he was using it. Lionel activated Hot Streak without a second thought, firing out 5 shots before Lamorak could even understand the change to the situation. 5 mages found a bloody hole to their forehead before they registered any pain. Their dazes became dull, falling down in a heap of their own flesh. Lamorak was stunned by the sudden change before his eyes turned a furious shade of red. Boy, Lionel's expression turned cold. I have long since been tired of you. These were the second time Lionel spoke these words. But, compared to the first time, he meant them even more. He watched Lamorak pick himself up and charge toward him with a cold expression. As though he didn't realize the danger he was in, he continued firing. It felt as though every step forward Lamorak took, another one of his people would fall. No matter how much he raged and shouted, Lionel didn't seem to hear any of it. You monster! Lamorac's steps had almost reached Lionel, but his spirit was tired. He hadn't held back at all while trying to kill Lionel just now. It could be said that he was already a spent force, yet Lionel was actually alive. It seemed like it was all a joke. He, a knight of the Round Table, wasn't able to kill someone who couldn't even move to defend themselves. Lionel almost laughed at Lamorac's words. Monster? When did I ever target any humans? How many demons have I killed in comparison to humans? Now you want to surround me, prey on me, kill me, and then call me a monster when I retaliate? There was a point in time where I saw you as a rival to surmount. You have no idea how many thoughts I've spared toward you in just the last month. But you've disappointed me. I realize now that being powerful doesn't make one worthy of respect. Lionel smiled. It was a smile of relief, the kind one could only smile after a great burden had been taken from their hearts. His loss to Lamorac had been weighing on his mind for a long time, but he finally felt that weight lifted from him today. Lionel met Lamorac's gaze. He could see that the latter's gaze was still reddened to the point of irrationality. Even if he heard Lionel's words, it was unlikely that he had recognized his faults. But Lionel no longer cared. He fired a last arrow, slaughtering the last of the humans before turning his attention back toward Lamorac. However, Lionel was stunned to realize that this grand knight wasn't even moving toward him anymore. He looked toward Lionel like a wounded beast. Then, did something that left Lionel not knowing how to feel. Lamorac stared toward Lionel with bloodshot eyes. His force surged, building up toward his head. In the next instant, his head exploded. It was a level of gruesome that couldn't even be explained. Blood and brain matter fell from his headless shoulders. And, not long later, his body slumped to the ground, keeling over. Lionel stared forward for a long while, not knowing what to say or do. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh. Was it something about this world that made people act like this? He really wished he could do something about it. When Lionel regained his bearings, his gaze turned cold as it swept toward the one person he had left alive, Big Buddha. By now, the large man had long since stopped laughing. His gaze looked dull. He only slightly trembled when he noticed that Lionel was looking toward him. Was it worth it? Lionel asked. He didn't know why he asked. He didn't expect to get anything out of it, yet he did so anyway. Huh, Big Buddha chuckled. You're alive. How could it be? Lionel shook his head before piercing Big Buddha's throat with an arrow. He looked up toward the ceiling of the castle and sighed. At that moment, within the Merlin trial grounds, everyone was waiting silently. Those who hadn't gone had made a strategic choice. After all, not going was essentially like gaining a free 24 hours of rest. Such a break was incredibly rare during the trials. Obviously, the recovery rewards simply weren't enough, especially for those who chose to use the energy more toward cultivation rather than toward healing themselves. Like this, many kept to themselves. Some tried to pry into the segmented cube Lionel left behind, but it was too difficult to cross the void to reach it. Plus, even if they did, they thought that since Lionel dared to leave it here, it was likely something they couldn't pry into all that easily to begin with. Soon, the time limit approached, and many began to go on alert again. Those who had lived through the random event should be coming back any time now. That boy, he's probably dead, right? Most were thinking along these lines. Though the choice to go wasn't made public, it was pretty obvious by those who were here. 2 top 4 demon lords had gone along with 7 other lower-ranked demon lords. On top of that, there was Lamorac, who had clearly disappeared as well, and he had even taken what seemed like a small troop of humans. That boy was finished. King Arthur looked up from his meditation with indifferent eyes. He wasn't thinking about whether or not Lionel survived. This was a foregone conclusion in his mind. He was thinking about how he would get his hands on the segmented cube afterward. Unlike others, this wasn't a matter of greed for him. It was rather about the little girl. King Arthur knew Pope Margrave well, and he had information channels monitoring the church. This little girl seemed to be very important to the Pope. He just didn't know why. Since he couldn't understand, it was better that he controlled this card in his hand. As he was lost in thought, a small flash of light swept through. At that moment, dozens of pairs of eyes landed on a young man who appeared with an indifferent expression, his clothes ripped and covered with blood. He held his bow in his hand and swept an unperturbed gaze over those stunned gazes. Lionel had returned. Chapter 306. Hearing the rewards Lionel was given, everyone who had been looking toward him in shock suddenly went green with envy. They had all been here when the Merlin trial moderator had said that Lionel could stand to receive 10 times the rewards should he succeed in passing this random event. However, seeing it displayed before them now made them feel as though their innards were being twisted with countless little blades. So what if the reward had a multiplier to it? In order to benefit, Lionel would have had to survive, and none of them believed that he would do so. Yet, not only had he survived, but he had only returned with barely over half a dozen people. Of the over 40 that went, so little actually returned. King Arthur abruptly stood, his gaze turning red as he looked toward Lionel. No matter how he swept his gaze, no matter how many times he double and triple checked, Lamorak was gone. His brother in arms for so many years, one of the 12 men he trusted his whole life, to gone. He didn't fall during war, nor beneath the siege of demons or the hands of Modred, but he fell to the hands of a boy that didn't even have to be their enemy. King Arthur's chest heaved, but it had a slowly, rhythmic beat to it. He looked like a beast suppressing his strength, using all of his will to temper down his rage as he stared daggers toward Lionel. At that moment, an unconcealed, kingly might exuded from his body. It was the kind that left those who were too weak stifled. Any lesser man or woman would fall to their knees. However, everyone here was an elite of the elite. Even if they felt pressured, they could forcibly withstand it. That said, they couldn't say the same if they were the target of this pressure like Lionel was. Yet, the boy stood there and met Arthur's gaze with his own, remaining expressionless. He didn't say any words of taunting nor bravado, yet his presence alone seemed to be enough of a slap to the face. To Lionel, this was what King Arthur deserved. A pillar of blinding golden light descended upon Lionel from above. He couldn't bother to care for King Arthur's emotions anymore and could only focus on accepting this reward. Much like all his other rewards, this recovery reward had a 10 times multiplier as well. This singular reward was as good as receiving 10 perfect evaluation rewards, so Lionel would take full advantage. He circulated Merlin's meditation technique. With each rotation, he felt his force and soul force become more compact and sturdy. In the past, even when he sent his internal sight into his body to monitor his nodes, he would only see faint wisps of force. It couldn't be helped. His force nodes were measured in lengths of singular cells. The fact he could sense force at all was a testament to how talented his sensory abilities were. But now Lionel could sense a heavy flow within his body. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as turning to liquid, what it did become was a thick fog. Lionel realized that this thickening not only increased the amount of force he had, but also made it easier to control. He no longer had to rely on a faint sense of where his force was and what it was doing. It was now as bright as day to him. In addition to helping him meditate, this reward was a great help toward healing his lingering injuries. Though Grand Heal was excellent, it hadn't been able to completely solve all of Lionel's troubles. In fact, if Lionel thought about it, it actually did much more for him than he thought it would. He could only chalk it up to his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. This aside, this reward helped him not have to worry about hidden injuries. And, as an added surprise, Lionel realized that the injury of his body followed by the thorough healing of it actually helped the herb essence within his body to fuse with him even better. He felt that he was already faintly reaching the peak of the standard stage and might even have another breakthrough soon. Just the standard stage alone was enough for Lionel to resist Lamorak's barrage for several minutes, and that was without activating his runes. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he broke through again. Would it even be possible for anyone within the third dimension to hurt him at all? Just a little more, just a little more. Lionel had no idea that others were looking toward him with a bit of fear in their eyes. While he was completely focused on accepting his reward and compressing his force so that he would have enough assurance to form his 10th node, others were looking at him like some sort of monster. They could all tell that Lionel was in the process of compressing his internal strength, but that was exactly what made them shudder. To receive the reward was one thing, but to be able to accept it was an entirely different matter. Was this boy's body made of metal? However, Lionel didn't know about their worries, nor would he care even if he did know. Normally, it took decades of meditation to reach Lamorak's level, not only because meditation was slow, but because it took time for the body to acclimate to thicker force. However, Lionel didn't need this acclimation time. After all, he was a scion of the metal synergy lineage factor. A violent surge of wind kicked up around Lionel as he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. For a moment, his irises seemed to shine with a bright light before dimming back down to their usual pale green. Then, without sparing those watching him a glance, he used one of his special store tickets and disappeared. Since he could hide his purchases from them, why not? It might give him a small edge for a while. After all, there was no other archer even close to his level at the moment. When Lionel entered the special store, he was faced with an immediate dilemma. He had 100,000 skill points right now, 470,000 if he converted all of his slaughter points, and 570,000 if he converted all of his star points as well. The question was whether he should buy the goddess necklace he was eyeing before or not. Chapter 307. Though Lionel could be considered to be a rich man now, he knew that he had to be cautious with how he used his skill points. Another random event wasn't going to come anytime soon, especially since Lionel felt as though something was artificially accelerating these trials along. Whether it was how quickly the first elimination round came, or the fact a random event was triggered at all, both were signs that these Merlin trials just might not last as long as they had in the past. All of these treasures seemed blinding to the eye, but Lionel knew well that they were practically useless to him. After he left this zone, they would all disappear. So, wasting time on them was exactly that, a waste. The only value this necklace had to him was in his dream sculptability. But if he used all of these skill points, Lionel knew he would be able to unlock at least 2 of the 4 seasons. That kind of boost to his strength couldn't be looked down upon at all. This seemed like a smarter choice, but Lionel hesitated again. 370 slaughter points is so many, it would be quite literally impossible for me to gather this much again. Lionel wasn't wrong. There were only about 200 warriors that entered the trials this time around. By all logic, gathering this many again would be impossible unless another multiplier event was given. But even if that did happen, there was no guarantee that Lionel would be the one to benefit this time. He had gotten lucky this time, but that didn't mean there would be a next time. Plus, there was also the fact that Lionel couldn't run from the fact he almost died. Had he not reached the standard stage in thanks to Merlin's recovery rewards, or had Lamorak not been a blunt weapon wielder, who knew how things might have turned out? It seemed smarter to just wait. What if the exchange rate for slaughter points increased again to 10,000 to 1? If that happened, Lionel could clear his whole skill tree with ease. Lionel took a deep breath. This choice was definitely a difficult one. Lionel looked down at the napping little mink in his arms. The little guy had gained a recovery reward through him, so his situation was much better than it had been in the past. After a while, Lionel made a decision. He converted 170 of his slaughter points into skill points. Then a menacing cold suddenly swept around Lionel and through his bones. He felt as though his whole world had been cast into an endless white filled with nothing but a chilling bite. Lionel's gaze went blank for a moment. Artistic conception. These words were whispered into his mind. The universe was filled with all sorts of beautiful mysteries. The birth of a child, the budding of a flower, the rise of the sun. If one had to describe why each one of these was beautiful, it might be difficult to do. This sort of clear but difficult to grasp comprehend, and describe beauty. This was artistic conception. When one listened to a musical score, the feelings that welled up in the heart, the emotions that preyed on our deepest desires, the lurking memories that surged up from our subconscious. This was artistic conception. This was where the strength of the universe cycles lay. Everyone could see the beauty in the seasons, but how many could capture them? How many could relay the beauty they saw to others? How many could make the 4 seasons their own? A thin layer of frost began to form around Lionel, coating his hair and his brows, while even turning his lips a vague shade of blue. It was only after a long while that he awoke. But the look within his eyes seemed to have grown several levels deeper, as though there was unknown and unfathomable depths hidden within their pupils. So this is the 4 seasons realm. Lionel was shocked. It wasn't by the power, but because of just how much the 4 seasons realm reminded him of his dreamscape battle sense. It was a hard-to-describe feeling, and even more difficult for Lionel to fully grasp. But he felt like there was a thin, translucent line connecting the two that he couldn't quite put his finger on. In fact, he vaguely felt that his dreamscape battle sense was even a level more powerful. If others heard Lionel's thoughts, they would think he was a madman. But this was simply how he felt. Of course, Lionel still knew that his dreamscape battle sense was lacking in many aspects. For example, the efficiency was too low, almost like a written code that used up too much of a computer's memory. An elegant piece of code and a complex one could both execute the same task, but the former would always be faster and less strenuous. Lionel felt like he was in the same situation now. His dreamscape battle sense was an excellent technique, but the organization of his skills was lacking. Due to this, it took too much of his soul force to pick out the perfect technique to respond with, and, as such, it drained him too quickly. In addition to this was just relying on artistic conception. Lionel was relying on the comprehensions of someone else right now. So how could this possibly represent the true strength of the 4 seasons realm? Plus, Lionel didn't necessarily feel like he had to choose one or the other. If his dreamscape battle sense and his universe cycle comprehension could be fused into one, just what kind of monster would he become? Lionel took a deep breath and left the special store. Chapter 308. When Lionel appeared, everyone felt the change within him. They could all sense the biting wind and the chilling aura. It was as though his will was being manifested in tangible form. Those who knew what this meant looked on in shock. It was precisely because they knew exactly what they were seeing that they felt as though their understanding of the world had been turned upside down. Comprehending the 4 seasons realm was one matter, but manifesting this understanding so clearly for all to see was a completely different matter. It was easier to accomplish this when it was one's own comprehension. But when relying on the comprehension of another, this feat became several times more difficult. The fact Lionel could do this was too confusing. Even King Arthur didn't know what exactly it meant. However, it could be said that if those of the Morales clan were present, their shock would be no less. Unfortunately, no one had the time to think about their next move. The small gray platforms began to rumble. This time, Lionel was ready. As he fell toward the massive gray platform beneath him, his gaze was like lightning, seeing through the intentions of all those around him. Still, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only a fool wouldn't be able to tell exactly who it was had just awakened the legendary skill. Shoo! Lionel's pupils constricted. 3 arrows came at him from 3 different directions. It was as though everyone had come to a tacit understanding that he was the greatest threat. But this time, there was no little Nana by his side, and the little mink was currently sleeping within the segmented cube. However, Lionel didn't panic. During the random event, Lionel had cast Grand Heal, but by all rights, he shouldn't have been able to. After all, within the Merlin trials, the only skills one was allowed to use were the ones they unlocked with skill points. And since Lionel had chosen a bow as his main weapon, he obviously couldn't cast spells like those who had chosen wands. Yet he had done so anyway. The real question was how. The answer to that was simple: his lineage factors. Just like these trials couldn't stifle his ability, it couldn't hold back his lineage factors either. In that life or death situation, Lionel realized that when he used his lineage factor as a medium, casting spells he hadn't been able to before was as easy as breathing. Lionel's lip curled, beautiful bronze runes spreading across his body. Grand Bell Construct. Force surged around Lionel as a massive illusory bell formed around him in the blink of an eye. Grand Bell Construct was one of the few 3-star Earth Magus arts that didn't rely on the earth beneath one's feet to form. It coalesced pure earth force into a transparent bell that surrounded the caster. Even though it wasn't the most powerful defensive art, its utility made it perfect for the battlefield. Pung, pung, pung. 3 arrows rebounded off of Lionel's Grand Bell Construct. The instant his feet landed on the ground, Lionel drew his bow in a forceful arc. In quick succession, he unleashed the Gold Skill Knuckle Shot in one direction and the Gold Skill Illusion Shot in another. With a swing of his hips, his gaze locked onto the last archer. Even from so far away, he could see the fear in the latter's eyes. He wasn't a demon. He was a normal human man wearing the shining armor of a knight. Knights who chose to be bowmen were rare, but they were also incredibly powerful within their class. They could be considered rare elites an army couldn't do without aces of archery. Even as Lionel released the last arrow, he could only sigh. He didn't want to kill humans, but why did they insist on targeting him? Everyone was stunned by Lionel's sudden counterattack. They were all elites. How could they not recognize the spell Lionel had just used? In this sort of situation, Grand Bell Construct was too perfect. Not only did it provide good defense, but it also allowed Lionel's attacks to pass through from the inside completely unhindered. Though it gave up some defensive strength in order to allow this, its utility in the midst of battle was completely unmatched. However, whatever success Lionel had didn't last for long. At that moment, a towering aura shot through the skies. Even Lionel couldn't help but turn his head toward a certain direction. Despite the fact he could just as easily lock onto this person with his internal sight, it felt that it was improper of him to do so. It was no surprise to Lionel that this towering aura was coming from King Arthur. Clad in white armor fitted with roaring white tigers, his blonde hair billowed beneath his surging aura. The sword in his right hand seemed to shimmer like the brightest gold. Every step he took caused the platform to quake. With reddened eyes, he slowly walked toward Lionel. No matter who he came across, chose to take a step out of his way. Not a single person seemed to want to get in his way at this very moment. The humans of Camelot looked toward Lionel with reddened eyes. Their rage could be imagined. How long had the Knights of the Round Table held up the hope of their nation? How much had they taken on their shoulders? All of them were brothers in arms. Yet, for Lamorak to fall not at the hand of a demon, but a fellow human, it ate at their hearts and organs, making them shed hot tears. In Camelot, the tears of men were rare. Maybe this was the same no matter which society it was. With rarity came a certain heaviness. It was a weight that suffocated the atmosphere, bearing down on it, until even the air one breathed felt like scorching lava. As a king, Arthur couldn't shed the tears he wanted to. He put the whole of his rage into his sword, causing a sword force that could cut mountains to sing through the skies. He wanted Lionel dead. He wouldn't rest until he was. Chapter 309. Lionel calmly watched as Arthur built momentum, dispelling Grand Bell Construct. Since he wanted to fight, Lionel would fight. He felt no sadness nor any remorse. Lamorak deserved to die. Lionel took a step forward, his aura billowing upward, clashing with Arthur's. A surging violet aura stood above his head, fusing with his halo. In that moment, even King Arthur's felt stifled. In a corner of the platform, Modred watched on with twinkling eyes. Despite the fact her father was so enraged, she didn't seem to feel any sort of particular way about it. She watched on like any other normal spectator. In truth, she was the most curious about Lionel. It seemed that her favorite lover in recent months actually seemed to have quite some history with this boy. But she still couldn't understand how they were related. Though Monet tried to hide it, it was pretty obvious to Madrid. This was especially so after that Big Buddha character didn't come back from the random event. Madrid smiled. The contrast of her cherry lips to her pale features was especially striking. It seems you all have forgotten about me. Her voice was especially sweet, but it was barbed with the thorns of a rose. She raised her wand, her slender fingers wrapping around it. Darling Monet, protect me. Monet nodded, brandishing her fire-coated whip. King Arthur's expression changed. You dare! Madrid smiled as though she hadn't heard a thing, a violent, dark energy surging around her. She needed slaughter points. Why would she wait around for a stupid battle of manly pride to finish? Since King Arthur wasn't paying attention to her anymore, this was the perfect chance for her to act. Madrid tapped forward with her wand. At that instant, the sphere of blackness around her shot outward like the spikes of a porcupine. Agonizing screams sounded as several warriors were torn apart. In the blink of an eye, half a dozen had fallen, and over a dozen more were varying degrees of injured. King Arthur's face flushed red with rage, veins bulging out from his handsome face. Without a choice, he charged back toward Madrid. If he didn't hold her back, there was no one else who could. Even the 5 remaining knights of the Round Table he had come with could only be toyed around with by her. Only Lamorak and Lancelot could last a few rounds with her, but he had frozen Lancelot out and Lamorak was dead. Unfortunately for King Arthur, there was still Monet. And since Monet had acted, Violet Rain, who had maintained a low profile all this time, could only act as well. Monet's whip seemed to cover the skies. Even from over 20 meters away, she kept King Arthur at bay under the support of Violet Rain. She's this powerful? Lionel's expression changed. He suddenly realized that Monet was no weaker than Lamorak. Most of Lamorak's strength came from his compressed force. Obviously, Monet hadn't compressed her own force as much as Lamorak had, but her ability more than made up for it. Depending on the strength of one's ability, it might not even matter whether one reached the Four Seasons realm or not. It would still be possible to display grand power beyond one's imagining. In addition, it was clear that, much like Hacker Hutch, Monet had been training in the whip since long before the metamorphosis descended. King Arthur was completely enraged. His kingly aura fluctuated wildly, his sword swinging with a mighty momentum as he tried to cross Monet's barrier. Unfortunately, it was simply too difficult. He had to separate a portion of his force to fuse with his armor and block Violet Rain's poison. He was certain that if he was given enough time, he could easily reach Madrid. The issue was that he didn't have the time. When Madrid acted, the whole of the gray platform descended into chaos. King Arthur had only cut the distance by half when a familiar voice sounded once again. The 100 star points above Lionel's head flickered and disappeared under the unwilling gazes of all those around him. It was obvious that this was probably a large part of the reason he was targeted at all. But the archers who had chosen to take action had clearly been too eager. What would they have done had they really managed to kill him? King Arthur's steps paused, a bubbling rage threatening to erupt from deep within him. He stared toward Madrid, then looked toward the corpses of his fellow man that littered the ground. Over 200 people had entered together, but now there were just 72. Just 72 left. Of them, only 40 were humans. Unfortunately, no matter how enraged King Arthur was, things were destined to continue. The same callous voice sounded as though the deaths that had been caused by it were completely meaningless. Lionel shook his head. It was for the best that things ended this way. His mission would fail if King Arthur died, and having to fight such a powerful man while holding back would be like asking for death. Just as Lionel was about to check to see if the exchange rate for slaughter points had changed, his vision swam. At first he panicked, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to keep himself awake. Soon, his panic became languidness and his vision went completely black. The only assurance he gained just before he lost consciousness was that others seemed to be falling asleep along with him. Moments later, Lionel appeared floating within a cocoon. There wasn't a shred of clothing on him, and he was curled up in a fetal position. What was truly shocking, though, about his current situation was the fact he wasn't alone. There was one other cocoon right next to him. But this one held a gorgeous woman who was equally as naked. In fact, even that wasn't the truly shocking part. What would stun those watching from a third party's perspective was the fact that this woman was the demonic empress, Madrid. Chapter 3:10. Lionel felt his vision blur. When it cleared again, he was shocked to find that he was a bird in the skies. The suddenness caught him off guard, causing him to almost plummet from the clouds entirely. After he regained his bearings and figured out how his wings seemed to work, Lionel soon realized that his eyes seemed capable of peering through everything. Whether it was seeing to the ground as though it was right before him, or even seeing through the walls of tall buildings, he could do it all. In fact, he realized that if he focused, he could even filter out noise and focus on individual conversations. This must be the fourth trial? But what am I supposed to do? All of the trials up to this point had been related to battle. Lionel had been entirely prepared for another long, drawn-out battle. He never expected to be thrusted into a place like this. Still, Lionel realized that he had to remain calm. To this point, the only trial the voice of the Merlin trials actually explained was the random event. Outside of this, everything else was figured out by the contestants themselves. As much as this was a trial of brawn, it was also one that tested one's observational abilities. Thinking to this point, Lionel began to focus on the task at hand. The first thing he realized after a long while was that the city he was restricted to flying above was definitely Camelot. Normally, it wouldn't take him so long to realize something like this. The reason it did this time around was because of two factors. For one, he wasn't used to seeing Camelot from such a vantage point. And secondly, this Camelot wasn't exactly like the one he had come to know. From Lionel's observations, he believed that this Camelot was displaced through time. It was either a version of the kingdom from the past or from the future. Judging by the overall smaller scope, Lionel concluded that this was more likely a Camelot of the past, probably a few decades younger than the Camelot he had come to know. Why would this trial send me to Camelot's past? Lionel's heart was a bit perturbed. He still remembered the trial he had to complete. His main trial was to save King Arthur. His two side quests were to kill Madrid and resolve the love triangle. And finally, the hidden quest was to make Camelot a part of true history. At this point, with how difficult everything had become, Lionel had resigned himself to not perfectly clearing this zone. As long as he saved King Arthur, he would be able to leave here alive. However, recently, Lionel realized a problem with that line of thinking. This was an SS grade zone. This meant that the reward for clearing the main quest was a Tier 8 black treasure. However, he needed a Tier 9 black treasure in order to exchange for a ticket to another world. This realization frustrated Lionel. In order to get a reward a tier above the difficulty of the zone, he needed to complete the harder of the two side quests. But, with his current relationship with King Arthur, how the hell was he supposed to help fix his marriage? Was that a joke? This ultimately left Lionel with only one choice. Even if he failed both side quests, he needed to find a way to complete the hidden quest. Only then would he be able to exchange for what he needed. Of course, since this zone had a 12-person entry limit, it was still possible for Lionel to exchange 5 Tier 8 rewards for 1 Tier 9 reward. However, Lionel didn't want to put his hope into this. There were still Monet, Violet Rain, and Little Nana who remain alive. This meant that the rewards would be split between the 4 of them. In that case, even if they managed to clear the main quest, Lionel would only have 3 Tier 8 rewards, which wouldn't be enough. Of course, he thought of killing Monet and Violet Rain, but he chose against doing so. Though he had no love lost between himself and Monet, Violet Rain had never acted against him. Even if he considered the matters of the tournament, those were just minor inconveniences. She never harmed his life. He would never cross his own bottom line, just for the sake of a reward. And even if he killed Monet alone, that would only give him 4 rewards to exchange. He would still fall short, so there was no need to risk himself to kill such a powerful woman. There was another matter that Lionel had been reluctant to think about. If he didn't get the ticket to Derain, he would be in mortal danger after he left this zone. How could the Slayer Legion possibly let him off so easily? So why was Lionel thinking about all of this now? Other than the fact it was related to his life and death. It was precisely because the oddity of this trial was the first chance he saw that just might be related to his hidden quest. If he was lucky, it might even let him understand how to fix King Arthur's marriage without the need to befriend the man. Lionel realized that this trial was his chance. His gaze sharpened as he focused his everything on finding the clues he needed. Lionel's hawk eyes lit up. When observing such a large area, it was difficult to tell what was important to pay attention to. Lionel had listened in on way too many useless conversations about the weather or stumbled into some not-so-wholesome displays of affection. However, he realized that there would always be clues that pointed him toward particular main events. For example, he stumbled onto many conversations about the exploits of Lancelot. It turned out that he recently killed the Demon Emperor. Lionel wasn't sure who this Demon Emperor was, but in all likelihood, he was the leader of the demons before Modred. Another hot topic he stumbled into was information about the recent closure of the Merlin trials. It appeared that Lancelot, Queen Guinevere, and King Arthur were the ones who gained the most. From this, Lionel understood that this was at least 4 to 5 decades ago. The last opening of the Merlin trials was 50 or so years ago, so for it to still be such a hot topic, Lionel was sure that it ended quite recently. Still, there was one event that was spoken the most about. It overshadowed all others. The Queen was giving birth. However, there was a problem with this information that made Lionel raise an eyebrow. Leonis was in his 20s, not much older than Lionel himself. If not for this, he'd be much more powerful and would have been allowed by his father to participate. So who was the Queen giving birth to over 4 decades ago? Chapter 3:11. Lionel realized that this birth must be the main event of this world. So, he focused in on the castle. Lionel was shocked to find that the instant he did, time accelerated around him. This is a good thing, Lionel concluded. It must mean I'm on the right track. Though time accelerated, Lionel caught everything that occurred. Everything unrelated to the birth was cut out, but Lionel was able to capture everything about the birth itself. He saw the happiness of the king and queen. He saw the difficulty of the birth. He saw how Queen Guinevere almost lost her life giving birth to this child. And he finally saw the child being born, a beautiful little baby with large black eyes. Unfortunately, this baby was sickly. She had overly pale skin and a feeble breath. She would often nap for long portions of the day, only letting the world see her large, blinking eyes for a few minutes a day. Arthur and Guinevere were devastated. As the most powerful pair of mother and father in the land, how could they not pour their everything into the health of their baby girl? At that time, after exhausting all their options, they turned their attention to the budding religion of the land, led by a pope who was rumored to be even more talented than King Arthur himself in the light element. Pope Margrave, please do your best. Queen Guinevere held the little baby girl in her arms. By now, the little girl was already 2 years old, yet her development was severely stunted. Despite already having grown to the age of toddler, she had yet to be capable of walking on her own, and her size alone made it seem as though she was still a newborn. This left the 2 new parents completely heartbroken. They didn't understand what they had done wrong. Even when their little girl had been in the womb, they had traveled far and wide to find treatments to take care of her. Guinevere had been fed the best tonics and given the best medicines for all 9 months. They hadn't missed a day of nurturing their child. Yet, their little girl had come out like this. How could they not be heartbroken? Pope Margrave looked just as handsome as he always did, but a hint of immaturity marred the momentum of his dignity. He smiled lightly toward the 2 parents and spoke. I'm of course willing to do my best. I only hope that the royal family will protect the church. We only hope to spread our beliefs to the people. King Arthur's expression slightly hardened. His kingdom was just budding. Though religion could help to stabilize the people, it could also serve as an adverse variable. The faith of the common people was a hard thing to overcome. If it was weaponized, the consequences could be imagined. However, when Arthur looked toward the tear-stricken face of his wife and his frail child, his heart wavered. "You have this king's word." Arthur spoke resolutely. Pope Margrave smiled and nodded, taking the little girl into his arm. Lionel watched the next sequence of events with shock. Arthur and Guinevere believed that their little girl was being treated with light elemental magic, but this wasn't the case at all. When he had left the eye of the family, Pope Margrave brought the little baby girl to a quiet room. Twisted world. Lionel watched as a surge of darkness shot up around Margrave. The room that had once been bathed in light became surrounded by darkness. Lionel panicked slightly, thinking that the Pope was going to harm the little baby girl. He had unknowingly become attached. He even wanted to see the little baby girl become better. However, deep inside, he knew that it was impossible. He had already been to the future. It was either this little girl died, or she became Lionel's side. The latter was confirmed by what happened next. Rather than being harmed, the little girl, which had been napping, suddenly became lively. Her sickly little body gained some strength and even let out an adorable little giggle. It was the kind of childish laughter that could warm the heart of even the most cold individual. She raised up her little hands, grasping at Pope Margrave's face. Pope Margrave smiled and let the child play with his finger. He seemed to get a slight happiness from the little girl's eagerness. Lionel finally understood. He had watched it all from start to finish. It was true that King Arthur and Queen Guinevere had done everything they could to nurture their little baby girl. But all this time, they had always used the light element. Whether it was the tonics Guinevere drank or the medicine she ate, all of them were of this element. It wasn't really their fault. From their understanding, the light element was the best at healing. In their narrow worldview, it was likely that if they hadn't done all of this, their little girl would have died even sooner or been even worse off. But the truth was that their little girl was healthy. In fact, it was their fault that she was sickly at all. Had they not been feeding her medicines from her opposing element for so long, this little girl would have been just fine. In fact, quite ironically, had they been neglectful parents, the little girl would have been in an even better position than she was now. When the Pope came out with their little girl, and the mother-father pair saw how much more lively their little girl was, they couldn't help but shed tears. Even King Arthur, who hadn't cried even when Lamorak died, felt his eyes water. They profusely thanked Pope Margrave and put their all into helping the church grow. All of the worries Arthur had were thrown out of the window. Who cared if he was raising a wolf in his own den? As long as his baby girl was healthy, he didn't care about anything else. Camelot celebrated as their little princess grew. The worries they had about the little one not making any appearances vanished with the wind. Everything was perfect until the little princess came of age and had her affinity tested. Chapter 3:12. The idea of someone standing against the world seemed like something great and valiant to do. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. There were maybe few other things that could elicit a person's pride than this. However, what if the person tasked with such a thing was just a little girl of barely 10 years old? What if she was subject to the silence of all the most powerful men and women of a kingdom, all of whom were staring down toward her with varying expressions: shock, apprehension, disgust? The little princess stood in a flowing white dress, her innocent face still smiling as she placed her little hands on a crystal 3 times the size of her body. Her large black eyes sparkled as she watched the flowing black lights. It all looked particularly beautiful to her. She didn't seem to notice the reaction of those around her. She was simply ignorant to them. Her mind was still a blank slate. How could she ever think that she would be shunned by something completely out of her control? "Wow, pretty!" The little princess giggled. It was the same giggle that caused the hearts of those around her to flutter. It even cracked the expressions of those that were looking toward her little body with disgust. King Arthur and Queen Guinevere looked toward their daughter with shock, not able to understand what they were seeing. King Arthur was a light magus, a talent rarely seen across several centuries. Queen Guinevere was a water magus. She too was a rare talent, and even awakened a variant affinity that tended toward ice. How the daughter that was the product of their union could possibly be a dark magus was completely unknown to them. Was this what they called fate? Tears fell down Guinevere's delicate features as she kneeled down and hugged her daughter, who was still ignorant to how her life had just changed. As for King Arthur, he didn't know how to react. His first instinct was guilt. It was he who insisted on making their daughter's affinity ceremony a public event. He thought that this would be a great opportunity to affirm the standing of their royal family. Though he hadn't known his daughter's affinity, he was certain that she was very talented. Ever since Pope Margrave began to heal her, she displayed an intelligence and wit far beyond her age. There had never been a doubt in Arthur's mind. Maybe somewhat ironically, he had been correct. Those halos of light and those cracks spreading across the crystal's face made it all very obvious. Not only was his daughter a child, she was a monster even amongst childs. But the reality of it was cruel. "Mommy, why are you crying?" The little princess blinked, unable to understand what was happening. It was only then that she took her eyes off the pretty lights and saw the eyes everyone used to look at her. Seeing the array of emotions, her little heart trembled. Even if she was mostly ignorant of the ways of the world, she was still an intelligent little girl. "Mommy, did I do something wrong?" Hearing these words, Queen Guinevere felt her heart breaking. "You're all dismissed." King Arthur finally spoke, his expression not giving way for anyone to respond. Those of the court left one after another. Lionel shook his head, watching all of this from start to finish. Was this how superstition worked? Even to the point of forsaking one's own daughter? If it wasn't for the fact the little princess was in fact a princess, maybe she would have been killed on the spot. Unfortunately for the little girl, things weren't ending here. They were only beginning. "What did you just say to me? You want my daughter to do what?" Queen Guinevere's words came out in a hoarse screech. She couldn't believe the words she was hearing. No, it wasn't that she couldn't believe them, but rather that she didn't believe who they were coming from. How could the man she loved say such words? Was this really the same man who she shared a child with? King Arthur was taken aback by his wife's reaction. How had he said really been so bad? He couldn't help but take offense. "Guinevere, why are you acting like this? I only want to protect our daughter." By keeping her out of the public eye, Guinevere's lips curled into a sneer. "All you want to do is protect your precious kingdom. If you have to sacrifice your daughter's freedom and happiness, you wouldn't mind, right? Guinevere, you're living in a fantasy land. Do you really think it's possible for her to live a normal life right now? What kind of freedom could there possibly be in her situation? Her? You can't even say your own daughter's name anymore. Does she disgust you now, too?" King Arthur's eyes reddened with rage. Why wouldn't this woman listen to what he was saying? "This decision is final," he roared. Guinevere's sneer only deepened. A deep divide seemed to split the two despite the fact they still stood within the same room. "Please do put your foot down, oh esteemed majesty. This is what you always wanted, right? The power to stand over and rule the world. But don't you find it a little sad that you spent all this time fighting for this power, and now you're so scared to lose it that you don't even dare to stand beside your own daughter? What a great king you are." Guinevere's words held a cold to it. Her irises involuntarily shone a bright blue as she momentarily lost control of her own magic. King Arthur seemed stunned by what he had just heard. His chest heaved, but he didn't have the words to reply. He stormed out of the room, the boom of the closing door resonating throughout the castle. Ultimately, King Arthur's words were final. Lionel watched as the little princess grew up. He watched her optimism wither and her liveliness dim. The palace maids seemed to keep a wide berth. Her own father was too ashamed to see her. Her mother was the only light in her life, but the pain of the splintering relationship with her husband left even her as a mere shell of her former self. It could only be said that the little girl was alone. Chapter 313. Lionel watched the life of this little princess until the day she chose to leave the kingdom. With her father estranged and her mother unable to provide the same warmth she once had, the one to ultimately suffer the most was a young girl who knew nothing of the world but the same coldness. At that moment, Lionel felt his world swim once again. When his gaze cleared, he found himself floating within a cocoon, facing a young woman that was in the same position. However, while he was awake, she seemed to still be in a deep sleep. The cocoon around Lionel popped. First his clothing came back, then all of his equipment. Even the bow weighed heavily in Lionel's hand. By now, Lionel had gained a faint understanding of the trial. He was meant to understand and empathize with his opponent. The faster he did so, the faster he would awaken and the greater advantage he would gain. If he wanted to win, all he had to do was put an arrow through Modred's head. She couldn't resist him even if she wanted to. She was clearly still immersed in what he assumed were memories of his life. Lionel sighed. What a cruel trial. Lionel didn't particularly understand what the point of this trial was. Did Merlin want to show him that the people he killed to gain the rewards he had were people too? Did Merlin want him to understand his enemy before he killed him? Was there another purpose Lionel had yet to think of? Lionel knew that killing Modred now would be too beneficial to him. If he killed Modred and killed Monet before he left this place, that would allow him exactly the 5 rewards he needed to exchange for a Tier 9 reward. Lionel sighed again, closing his eyes. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that he couldn't do it. He wasn't naive enough to believe that Modred was a good person just because she had a tragic backstory. No matter how understanding he was, it was still clear and obvious to him that her actions in the past several decades had definitely caused a lot of pain to a lot of people. Though Modred looked like a young woman, she was definitely over 40 years old. Even if he saw the reflection of that little girl within her, Lionel knew that she was no longer than innocent little girl and shouldn't be treated as such. Still, Lionel had his own bottom line. So he waited. Seconds turned to minutes, then hours, and even days. Lionel knew that Modred's challenge was comparatively more difficult than his own. Lionel's childhood was on Earth, which had a population of billions. Just finding his storyline would be difficult, let alone coming to understand his world. Merlin had definitely not accounted for this possibility in his trials. Lionel wasn't from their world, so how could it not be far more difficult? Plus, Lionel's ability was especially suited to taking in and organizing information. This sort of trial, where he was required to filter out the unnecessary and focus in on the important, was practically created for him. It wasn't until an entire week later that Modred's lashes finally fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes, the cocoon she was in breaking to reveal her defined body, which was quickly wrapped up in a long, flowing black dress. Her gaze flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Lionel calmly meditating before her. He hadn't opened his eyes even after she awoke, but Modred could tell that he was already on high alert. After a moment, she came to understand what must have happened. After all, she could draw the same conclusions Lionel could. You know, boy, having sympathy for an enemy is as good as asking for death. Modred spoke lightly. Her tone didn't carry any gratefulness, nor was it laced with any of the relief one should have upon escaping death by the hair of their teeth. It was obvious to any semi-intelligent individual that Lionel had shown mercy. But Modred's disregard for her own life was even more surprising. Lionel slowly opened his eyes when he heard Modred speak. Some people would call me quite foolish, yes. Some? Modred asked with an enchanting smile. I think even the few that would do as you did would still call it foolish. Lionel looked toward Modred for a long, while seemingly trying to see through her. Finally, he stood, brandishing his bow. Shall we fight? Why so soon? Modred asked lightly. I'm very curious about the world you are from. Just what sort of place is it? Lionel didn't know how to respond to this. Was he supposed to tell Modred that the pain she suffered as a child was just a fanciful story woven by writers? Would anyone be able to accept that about their lives? If things go well, then you'll get to experience it for yourself. Lionel finally said. Lionel had deliberated over this answer for a long while. He didn't think that there was anything particularly important about his choice of words. He just didn't know how to explain himself, so this was all he could say. However, what he could have never expected was for the whole of the trial grounds to suddenly tremble fiercely the moment he spoke the last of his sentence. Lionel's expression changed. He shot a glance over to Madrid, but he found that she was just as confused as he was. It was clear that she also had no idea what was going on. Without a choice, Lionel pulled out the dictionary. He had to know if the situation had changed. What's happening? Ping. Replying to Seed. Hidden quest has been completed. The world of Camelot is integrating with Earth's fold of reality. Lionel stood frozen. What? How could something like this happen? Out of all the possibilities, out of all the thoughts he had, out of all the ways he thought things could go, this was the absolute very last thing he had even considered. The world continued to rumble as Lionel clutched his bow. He really had no idea what would happen next. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.